The home of primetime with Isaac and Sue, always live on the Odyssey app, is KFXX KWJJ HD2 Portland, 1080 The Fan, an Odyssey station.
Wimsett now the quarterback to Locarnbe to his left. Wimsett on a keeper, running left. At the 5, drops his shoulder, gets to the 2, fumble the football. Did it go into the end zone? Touchdown! Kentucky on the recovery in the end zone!
This is Dirt Sprague.
Here's a keep now back to throw. Wanting to go deep down the field, and he has got him. It is Tez. Touchdown, Oregon. Tez. If the ball's there, it's easy. The ball was there, and it was easy.
With Andy Dirt Johnson and Brendan Sprague.
Snap going to Milroe. Looking deep downfield. Looking for Williams. Comes back, makes the catch. Trying to split defenders. Makes them bang into each other. Stays on his feet. Breaks a tackle. Scores! 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 Ryan Williams. One play. 75 yards. 4 plus 2 equals 6. And Alabama regains the lead.
Dirt and Sprague on 1080 The Fan.
All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 1080 The Fan. Bit of a lengthy open there, 6:01 at the start.
What is happening? I like it. There was a lot to get into that open.
No NFL.
No NFL.
No NFL. No playoff baseball.
Nope, nothing. Your team's got a doubleheader today. You excited?
The drama's today.
Today, the drama.
Would you rather be playing or would you rather be the Diamondbacks sitting there with
Definitely
suitcases?
rather play.
Play.
Yeah, without a doubt.
They split. The Diamondbacks are out.
If you guys were smart, what you would do is just say, let's meet before the doubleheader begins.
And just tank one game and
we'll
then tank
forfeit
the
the first game. You forfeit the second game. We're both in the playoffs. Everybody has a healthy staff going into the wild card round.
What would Manfred do if it was fairly obvious today?
Just positional players pitch for one team in one game and then positional
they
players in
can't
the other
anymore.
game. Why not?
There's the rule. You can only bring in a positional player to pitch in a certain
In an emergency.
situation.
Oh, it's gotta
late
be
in
a
the
certain
game.
run total
You
or
have to
something?
be up or down 8 or 9 runs or something like that. They put a kibosh on that.
The guy that's pitching for the Braves
should
today,
tank it.
Schwellenbach.
Yeah, big fan of Schwellenbach.
He hasn't been great, but he is actually the only team he's dominated is the Mets.
Oh, so you got that going for you.
So, what if the Mets tank today or tank the first game,
Right.
and then a couple hours later, the Braves are winking and nodding and
Hey,
going,
we got you, dude.
hey, your turn.
Hey, NL East, we're good.
Let's
all right?
get all the NL East
You
teams
come on in here. We're going to go to the playoffs. Nobody cares about the Diamondbacks. We'll both be in. We don't have to worry about today.
I mean, no offense, but I'd rather have the Mets and the Braves in than the Diamondbacks.
yes, I think we learned that last year. The Diamondbacks' fun little story, being a wild card team to the World Series, did not quite capture the hearts and minds of baseball fans everywhere. And the Mets going and losing in the playoffs is always phenomenal television.
Yeah.
And the Braves are the Braves. It speaks for itself. I think
Yes.
baseball is absolutely rooting for a split today. Give me a split.
Yeah, there's no doubt baseball does
Zero chance. They
not
wouldn't.
want Arizona
No,
in.
they don't want Steve Berthiaume anywhere near those MLB playoffs.
Which is hilarious because they got to the World Series last year, so it'd
They
actually
did.
be a good story that they turned their season around this year, followed up their World Series
got
appearance,
back there
and
again.
Got back there, yeah.
It'd be good for the NL West. You'd have 3 teams in the playoffs.
Yeah,
Look at
right.
that, huh?
Yeah.
Powerful division.
I think I'm contractually obligated to root for the Diamondbacks. So
What do you mean contractually?
As an NL West guy? Is it a divisional thing?
no, the
You just-
Hops. The Hops.
Oh, yeah, touche.
Is that the same thing? Is it?
Now, how did the Dodgers do against the Diamondbacks this year?
Does your check signed off by the owner of the Diamondbacks?
I have no idea. No, it's the Hops. The Hops.
Okay.
The money flows downhill, though, right? I get a little,
You know what's funny
little
about
penny
that?
here, a little penny there.
I almost said, how do you not know it? I'm like, well, auto pay. So,
Yeah.
does
Yeah,
anybody get
it's
checks?
direct
Who's signing your
deposit.
checks
Nobody-
right now?
There's no check. It
I don't know
just
who's signing our
shows up
checks.
in my account.
Odyssey?
Mr. Odyssey himself signs our
Exactly.
checks every week.
Mr. Odyssey.
Or like back in the day when we used to be what ESPN was in the name of the station, people used to say, "Oh, you work for Disney, huh?" Yeah, yep, work for Disney. Yep. Me and Mickey right next to each other.
I still haven't gotten all my Odyssey bucks.
No, I'm missing out on my Odyssey.
They
bucks.
still got the team store?
We do, yeah. You go buy a
Is
backpack.
that still a thing?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Because I saw the hats when we did the, what was it, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, X. What's the alphabet thing we did?
The PDXYZ.
PDXYZ.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, when we did that event.
Where are you going with this?
Boy,
I
who
couldn't
needs
remember
an
the name of
endorsement, baby? We are
ABCD.
primed and ready.
Yeah,
Let's
you're
go.
ready to go on that one. You're
Whatever
dialed
it
in.
was called. When we did that, we had Odyssey hats on the table for people to just walk in and get free merch.
People were snatching those left and right like hotcakes, man.
And I looked at that and I went, that's like 55 Odyssey bucks.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to buy one yet, and you're just giving these away.
I think I got capped out at 10. I got gifted 10 Odyssey bucks, and that's it. Nobody ever gave me another Odyssey buck after that. They spend the same as Schrute bucks, so if you're wondering the equivalence there.
Which is what? It's like 5 to 1 Stanley nickel?
5 to 1 Stanley nickels, yeah. Swigard coins, they all,
Are we still doing that, the Odyssey dollars?
I don't believe that we
no
are.
idea.
I've not seen an email on those in quite some time.
And how did we get them? It was a compliment or something,
Yes.
right? Like, so-and-so is a good worker.
If you
Here's
did
10 Odyssey dollars.
nice thing around the office, if you went above and beyond for your coworkers, you could gift somebody. Now, my question would be, what do you do with your unused? Because I have 10 unused Odyssey
I think
bucks.
I have 50 or something.
I think I have
Humble
30.
brag. Humble. You guys are better employees than I am, evidently.
I think you have the same amount because we got the same compliment from the same person.
I don't think I got 30. 30 seems like a lot. That seems like a high number.
I had 30.
You had 30 in there?
Yeah.
Can we cash those in at the end of the year for a bonus? Is that how that works? Or do I just lose? If you don't use your Odyssey bucks, do you lose them at the end
I
of the
don't
year?
think there's any cash value.
I was going to say, what do you think?
Do I
on
get a
that?
free ham out of this deal? Do I get a free ham around the holidays?
Han, or are you saying ham?
Ham.
Ham.
M there? Can I help you out
Yes.
with the pronunciation?
You got a pan problem.
Ham.
It is funny. I think about companies and like what they offer. Do other companies offer internal dollars for prizes?
I would imagine that they do.
I don't know.
To go buy, basically the only way you could use them was to buy company merch.
I found out a company of a friend that I know. Her company gives them emergency medical stuff for people who are living in states that have banned abortion.
What? Really?
Yeah.
That's above and beyond.
Thousands of dollars
That's-
to relocate and take care of situations if something is popping up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bold move, Cotton.
I was stunned.
Look at that. Companies still care about their employees out there?
She was like, "What does your company do?" I go, "We have Odyssey dollars."
We got Odyssey bucks, baby.
She goes, "What do you do with Odyssey dollars?" I was like, "We could buy
You're
backpacks
damn right we can.
with our company logos on them."
Badass backpack, dude. It's got like 13 pockets.
I also think they're in a closet somewhere here.
Yeah, true. We could just go break in and snag the backpack. Say, hey, there's good. I got an IOU on the table for my 30 Odyssey bucks.
Here you go.
Can
Well,
I
we
take
know.
my backpack now?
Exactly. Yeah, we know. We know who's got a key somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, it's gonna be. And the weird thing about doing the show prep last night, it's like we had an NBA trade Friday.
we did.
It's not even official yet, which is weird.
Lost in the shuffle of the weekend. That wasn't a nice little college football bomb.
It was. And then we have like playoff implication baseball today. So we have all of that. And then also, hey, college and NFL football.
was incredible this weekend.
Yeah, I thought college dominated the weekend.
Ooh.
Dominated the weekend.
Yeah.
So I think what people are having a problem with, I've noticed this narrative in the media throughout the nation. I've noticed people have been crapping on the NFL, and I've concluded only you guys you're just admitting that you don't care about defense. Because I've heard this for like 3 straight weeks of how bad the NFL's been. And my only thought is, well, scoring's down, touchdowns are down, defenses are having a nice run. And that's my only takeaway is
Yeah.
people are like touchdowns
Yeah.
and they didn't realize that about themselves, or they're just saying it out loud, not realizing that they're saying, I don't like this defense. Get it out of my life.
I also feel like it's just trying to be counterculture. Like when I was in middle school, I didn't have a tie-in to the Civil War rivalry. Neither of my parents went to Oregon or Oregon State. I was a free agent, if you will. I had no lineage towards one of the universities. And that made me lean towards being an Oregon State fan because everybody was an Oregon fan when I was younger, and it was fun to argue, and I love yelling at my friends about sports. I feel like that's the NFL's bad take. Like you just want you just want to have a take that's not this is great, and I watch 9 hours of it every single Sunday, and so it's you're going against the grain to say the product sucks. The only thing that you can say critical about the NFL is that there's a lot of star players hurt, but it's football. It's a violent sport. They have no control over that.
I think they're a little flag happy this season. I'd have to go look
I
at
mean,
the
the
numbers.
officials have always sucked. We had an NFC title game decided by a bad pass interference. Remember that in New Orleans and L.A.?
Yeah, no, look, I'm with you there. I'll agree
There's
with you
a lot
there.
of flags. I
feel
don't disagree,
like
but
by watching the games, like I feel like the memo that went to the officials during the week after they evaluated everything was we're missing too many holding penalties, because I felt like there was an obnoxious amount of holding penalties. Not that guys aren't holding people, but I don't know. There were some that I'm like,
Well, you know what I'm conditioned with, because it was illegal formation the first 2 weeks.
Exactly.
I'm very conditioned that when there's a touchdown for my team or a team I'm gambling on,
You're looking for the flag
I'm
force.
immediately like holding
Flag,
out for
yeah.
2
Flag,
seconds.
flag.
Is there
Where
a
is
flag?
it?
Is there a
Where is
flag?
it?
But I will counter that and say, did you watch Bama Georgia? Because there was like 55
Yeah.
penalties in that
There
game.
was so many penalties. in
Every
that
other
game.
play, Bama had a penalty.
Did you watch my team the first 2 weeks? They had 15 offensive penalties on every possession, man. It
Yeah.
was like 13 a game. They were
Penalties are
stacking
such
up.
a bummer. They're just like, oh.
Get them out of the game. I think we need to eliminate penalties and we need to eliminate kickers. Get them both out. Nobody likes either of them. Get them out of my sport.
There's two things that I've now like in my brain when I'm processing sports and I'm watching football. It's the reaction to a touchdown of like, wait for the flag. Is there a flag?
Wait.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're good.
All right.
And the other is when I'm watching the red zone. So I'll give you an example. I'm watching the red zone yesterday. Let's go to Atlanta right now, and it's Atlanta punting. When Scott Hansen throws it to a game, and there's a punter.
You know something bad's going to happen or
Something
good.
happened.
What is your first guess? Because you know something's happening. They show a punt. Is it muff? Is it return?
Fake
Or
punt.
is it block? Or is it fake?
Yeah.
I go muff. My mind immediately goes
muff
to muff.
goes muff?
My muff goes to my
Your
mind.
muff goes muff. Where does
I have
yours
muff
go?
on my mind.
Mine usually goes to big return.
See, mine went block. I went, oh no, the Falcons.
Oh, God.
Damn it.
What are we going to do?
I sprang the line on you.
What are we going to do?
And they kick it, and Rashid has it. In that split second before he muffed it, I'm like, oh, here he goes. And then he muffed it.
You're like, yeah. Oh,
So
yes. No.
I've concluded that if it goes to punt on red zone, I think block first, and then I think return, and then I think I go muff. Those are my power three of like when the red zone goes to a punt.
One of the biggest drawbacks of the red zone because you know they're
Yes.
only showing that play.
Right.
They don't show.
show-
run of the mill. Fair catch. Okay,
Yeah.
they got it at the 27-yard line.
Although the worst is when he goes to the bad game of the day, and right when he goes to the offense, the quarterback's about to drop back. You're finally like, oh, he's going to show me something. And it's a 3 and out. And you're like,
What the hell, man?
you're just continuing to show me they still suck.
Come on, Scott.
Why'd you get my hopes up, Scott?
You're showing me Bo Nix is -7 passing yards in the third quarter. I don't need to see that, okay? It's not fun. Hey, wins or win, baby. Eating
maybe-
W's yesterday? He's eating W's left and right, bitch.
I mean, how great of a win that is.
He had -7 yards.
I think it was worse than that. I think in
and
the
they
third
won.
quarter it got to -16.
No, I think at half it was -7, but it got to -6.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think in the third quarter it got worse than that. And
they
then
won.
they had a drive at some point.
Explain yourself, Rogers.
So is that just because of sack yardage? How is that possible? Because sack yardage counts against passing yards in the
yes,
NFL,
it does.
right?
It does.
In college, it goes towards your rushing
It's a
statistics.
rushing total.
But in the NFL, I think it's so it had to have been sacks, right?
That's but it goes to it doesn't go to your
We're all
individual
dumbfounded.
stats. It goes
How
to
is it possible?
it goes to the team passing.
Did they throw like a
stats.
screen that the guy ran backwards for 12
think,
yards?
I think Swag's right. I think it goes to team. I don't think
So
it
I don't
goes
think
individual.
his individual stats
Give me a
show
second
that.
here.
we need to go look throw by throw to see how that's humanly possible. That somebody could have negative
because
passing
the Jets
yards.
had 5 sacks for
No,
41
he didn't
yards.
no sack. That was throwing screen passes and getting
that went backwards.
went backwards
Check
or
down,
whatever.
Charlie.
I mean, that's not check down Charlie. That's
That's backwards.
that's
Bo.
lateral. Yeah, it's backwards. Bo.
And he got the win.
He got the win, man. That's all that matters.
Wins as a quarterback stat.
That's
So
right.
stupid.
He led the team. He was dynamic the entire game, and
Absolutely.
he's 2-2 on
They
the
have
year.
the same record as the Baltimore
You're
Ravens.
damn right
everybody.
they do. You're damn right they do.
With that defense, though, maybe they beat Baltimore. I don't know anymore. I don't know the NFL.
they could.
I don't know what the hell's happening in that league.
It's a beautiful sport, man.
All right, well, let's get it going. We have a lot to recap. We'll start next. Dirt and Sprague, good to be with you on this Monday. Let's get it going on the Fan.
This is Dirt and Sprague on 1080 The Fan.
It's my favorite band, Green Day.
You're a P1. You're a Green Day P1.
Well, it fits today.
It does. It's the last day of September, right, today?
This is a very good song, but do you know the backstory of this song?
I do not. Tell me all about it.
My algorithm, as you could guess, on Instagram is now Green Day.
A lot of Green Day content popping up for you.
He did an interview on Howard Stern. This song is about his dad dying. His dad died in September.
That's really sad.
That's why it's
Wake Me Up When September Ends.
Yeah,
Wow.
had no idea.
That's a somber start to the show.
I actually thought it was a beautiful
It
little,
is.
reason for why the song exists.
Yeah, it's always fun when you hear those. You hear a song that you like, and you don't really know the backstory behind it. It's funny how half the time you have no clue what they're talking about.
No clue.
And then you get the backstory. You're like, oh, that's what you're singing about.
I wanted to get to the headlines from the weekend. I forgot to ask you,
Yeah, what's up?
how did Wedding Dirt do?
Wedding Dirt.
I have a great screenshot. Your wife, being friends with your wife on Instagram has been great for me because she sends these photos that I don't know if you know she's taking, but it's just like dirt in the wild.
Hit me out there with the people. What
And
am I doing?
I have a screenshot that we can send out on our Twitter at Dirt and Sprague of you with your phone in your lap in a full suit, looking down, not paying attention to any wedding stuff.
No, I did not pay attention to much wedding stuff. I will admit that, acknowledge that. It actually wasn't that bad at all. We got there, and I was able to basically watch the entire first half the first half of the Georgia-Alabama game, because it started at 4:30. The service,
No, it didn't. It started at 5.
5, closer to 5, yeah. But I thought that the service was supposed to start at 5, but it started at 5:30, so it gave me a little extra time. So I stood in the bar for the first couple of drives of the game, and then finally they had to flag everybody down, you need to go sit down now. And I did not get hit at all. My father-in-law was next to me. He also was watching the game on his phone. One of her cousins was sitting behind me. He also was watching the game on his phone. And so peering over the shoulder. So we had 3 different phones going. And so it was kind of a strength in numbers. There's nothing you could do about this. And you guys know this, that, when you have a newborn at home, mamas want to be home. Mamas want to be with their kids. My wife is not the kind that's like, yeah, night out, let's go get hammered. She's like, what time can we? Well, I want to get home to my baby.
Way,
I want to get home to my baby.
My wife is still that way. My kids are 12 and 8. It never ends.
So I'm like, hey, you don't need to twist whenever you want to get out of here. You do not need to twist my arm. And so I think we left. We left right as Georgia was scoring to go down by 1 score. And so I was able to watch the rest of the Georgia-Bama game because it's about a 40-minute drive. She was my DD, and so I watched the rest of the game in the car. And I think I got home with maybe 2 minutes left in the first quarter of the Oregon game and caught up pretty quickly on the DVR. So all went according to plan other than that game was way too late. I then had to catch up on a couple other things I missed. And I was an absolute zombie yesterday.
Georgia-Bama's great. We'll get to that. I thought the standalone, just talking about that game in general, is great.
Yeah.
There's never more evidence of how ESPN views college football, and we've seen it with the realignment conference stuff. Watching what was supposed to be a 4:30 kick morph into 5 because they had to spend a half hour showing us Kalen DeBoer at practice.
Yes.
And then Kalen DeBoer walking through the tunnel and then interviewing both and then making it like the Super Bowl.
It was a big game, man.
There was no more evidence of that. Network only cares about that conference.
Well, I'm just glad Kalen DeBoer's finally won a big game. He's never won one in his career. Now he's finally got one.
He finally did it.
He finally can do it. Do you guys know that? He can win big games.
Some weekend headlines. We didn't get to it late last week, so this will include Friday. I'll start locally because we had a listener last week complain we didn't do any local stuff in the 6 a.m. hour.
What the hell's the matter with you, you idiot?
Christine Sinclair is announcing retirement from the Thorns. She is the only original Thorn player, 12 years with the organization.
The original Thorny.
The OG.
The OG Thorny.
Her final home game is going to be November 1st.
Well, that's pretty cool. That's got to be like a collector's item ticket to go to, I would imagine.
Oh, I bet that thing's going to be packed.
Like you get there, you go to that game, you remember it forever.
Yep.
That's pretty badass, man.
Friday, we also had I don't know how you would break this down, either controversial football or did the NBA steal your attention because the Karl-Anthony Towns trade happened right before the Hail Mary?
Right in the mix of that craziness on Friday night.
Cat is a Nick.
Big Cat's going to New York, which...
White Dante is a wolf.
Yeah, what happened to the Villanova Knicks? You can't trade a Villanova player. What are you thinking, New York? That was like your superpower.
Yeah.
It's like your Elder Ring, and now you lost it. That was the whole thing you had going for you.
Traded a non-all-star for an all-star.
It's not a bad deal. I actually totally got it from both sides. Like, New York desperately needed a big, and that's a pretty good one to go get if you can financially. Let's see how that all works out. And Minnesota, like, they were going to be in cap hell, man. They couldn't do anything. With Gobert's contract, has Edwards signed his extension yet?
I believe he did.
Okay, so then if he hasn't, then he's going to in the near future. Like, good luck putting all that together. So and now they're going to free up cap space because Randall's only got 1 year left on his deal.
Yeah, he just signed it last year.
Okay, just signed it last year. Like, that was the ultimate. I get it from both sides. Minnesota needed to get out of one of those big contracts. That was probably the easier one to trade than Gobert's, and you're not trading Anthony Edwards, and the Knicks desperately needed a big. I saw it from both sides.
As soon as that trade was broken by Shams, we had this happen down in Miami.
Comes down to this. Drones lets it fly. They're sorting through the carnage. Miami has it. Well, Virginia Tech has it. How do you like that? Virginia Tech, they roll in a touchdown on the game's final play.
So there's the play-by-play call on ESPN, and if you watched this game, you would understand mass confusion. The receiver that caught it stood up celebrating with no ball.
No ball.
The Miami defender was running to the 50. The light show started going off because they thought the game was over.
Because the Kane player came up with the ball.
Yes. We had the Fail Mary reaction, incomplete, touchdown. We had two different calls. We then go to review for 10 minutes of real time.
Long time.
Because you couldn't ever see the football because the football was essentially the same color as the Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
That burgundy-ish.
Yeah, I actually thought I thought this was no
You're
catch
looking
on the
for
replay.
the white. I never thought he had the
I thought
ball.
there was one angle behind the goalpost that made it look like he had kind of a butt down with the ball in his. There was one angle that I'm like, I could see that being.
But
a catch.
Okay, so yes, I agree with that.
I still don't know how all the referees came up with a call on the field.
No clue how that happened.
Because the guy got up with no ball before they made the call. It was very weird. But the process of the catch was not completed, and the guy from Miami had lodged the ball loose, and he was out of bounds touching it.
At that point, he was, yeah.
But they called it a touchdown, so you
On
need
the field.
clean, clear evidence.
Yeah.
This goes to the review center.
Oh, yeah.
And old Jim Phillips easily got on the horn because that is definitely what happened.
I do want to, at least before we get to the controversy, Virginia Tech should be fired into the sun for how bad their clock management was in this game. I've seen Mario coach a lot of games in his career. I never thought it was humanly possible to have a coach on the other sideline next to Mario that's worse at clock management. So nobody talked about this. At the end of the first half, they kicked a field goal to go up by, I want to say, 10 points at the time. There was 20-something seconds left. It was fourth down. They had one timeout left. They called a timeout with 20-something seconds. Virginia Tech did on fourth down to kick a field goal. Miami probably would have called one, but it stopped the clock for them, let Miami hold on to their timeout, and Miami then proceeded to complete 3 passes and kick a field goal of their own at the end of the half. Made absolutely no sense. And then the final drive, that is maybe the worst clock management I've ever seen. They had no plan. They went from
He
first...
had multiple timeouts, too, and he was letting the clock run.
They had from first down to third down, they gained 3 yards and burned 35 seconds of clock, just not calling a timeout. Then they had to blow one. That was horrific coaching, and Brett Fry, I think, is their head coach. He is terrible.
Well, he's going to get fired.
And he should get fired because that guy has no clue what he is doing. They absolutely got hosed, though. Like, there's no way in hell that should have been called a touchdown on the field. But once you call it a touchdown on the field, there is not a single ounce of whatever the word is, of evidence to overturn it. Like, there is not a single ounce of evidence that you could say, I know without a doubt that was not a touchdown, and we can overturn that call.
You almost called it, too. I completely poo-pooed that game, and you were like, I don't know, man. And I'm like, well, I'd seen Virginia Tech play. I do.
And you're just looking for landmines. Like, who would have thought Kentucky Ole Miss was going to be that this weekend?
We didn't talk a second of it
Kentucky's
last
not
week.
good. You're just like, whatever. It's 20-point favorite. They'll blow them out. There's landmines everywhere. You just hope your team doesn't step on them. And then it's like the same thing in the NFL. Broncos 7.5-point underdog to the Jets. Like, nobody would have thought they were going to win that game.
Tell my teaser bet.
There are landmines out there, and you always have to be wary of a landmine.
Why do I take the most obvious teaser team every week? It's the dumbest thing you can do.
Tease them down to a half point, man. They just basically got to win.
I had a killer teaser bet, and they were the only leg of my bet not to hit. I would have cashed out really well.
It hurts, man. The
It
one
hurt
leg
me
not
so
cashing,
bad.
it just kills you.
It crushed my spirit.
Yeah, the ACC got on the phone and said, hey, listen.
We need Miami.
Miami's undefeated. They
Yeah.
play nobody the rest of the
Yep.
year. They're going to face Clemson in the ACC title game. Don't screw this up.
We had this happen in Arizona yesterday, which was quite enjoyable.
We said anybody, anywhere, any motherfucking time. All right? So we did what we came to do. All right. So there'll be a number of game balls that will be issuing out, I'm sure, tomorrow. But there's one motherfucker that ain't leaving this city without one.
Cliff Kingsbury
Cliff
got a game ball for
He
DC
did.
They're gonna win
yesterday.
the NFC East.
Dude, are they going to win the Super Bowl?
This guy's having a moment, man. He's having an absolute moment.
Is this team amazing, or are they just like good start?
It's so hard to decipher.
By the way, Dan Quinn doing all of this with a backwards hat.
He is.
Colin Cowherd, you're on alert.
I have a Cowherd take for you today.
You have a Cowherd take?
I have a Cowherd take.
What's your Cowherd
From
take?
one of the games. You want me to give it to you now?
I kind of do, yeah.
Okay.
You're teasing me.
I'm out on Carson Beck.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Not because of the way he played, although there are a lot of things you can point to there.
Bama had him in a freak.
He's a white, non-mobile quarterback wearing that mouthpiece. I'm out.
Oh.
I'm out.
Oh, you have a Cowherd
Cowherd
take.
like take
that's
backwards
something
hat.
Colin
Like
would
I'm
ever take.
I'm out on that.
I did think that was
You're
bizarre.
not Lamar Jackson, dude. You're not a runner. You're
Yeah.
a quarterback. Cadence is important. You don't need a mouthpiece that's going to cover up your mouth. And it's dangling. I judge the quarterbacks that let the mouthpiece dangle from the helmet.
Yeah, if you've got the individual mouthpiece, chew on it the way
Chew on
other
it
guys
fine.
do.
Yes.
But you let it dangle.
Throw it in the top face mask. You forget it from
A
play to
fast
play.
player can let that happen.
Totally understandable.
A slow, immobile quarterback?
Yes.
Nah, I'm kind of with this. Is a good take.
It's like a fat defensive lineman wearing number 21. Like, that doesn't work, dude. You can't wear that number. That's for somebody that can move at a decent speed.
I didn't form the same opinion, but I did watch this and think, why has he got that mouthpiece?
Right?
It's very weird looking.
I'm out. Not taking him in the draft.
I love it.
I'm NFL GM dirt's out on him, man. I'm not touching that guy.
That's a great take. I think we need to hold that one for the archives. That's a great
when that guy
take.
goes number one and wins an MVP. Remember when you didn't want to draft him because he had a funny mouthpiece at Georgia?
Let's talk about that game. That was quite the extravaganza we got, from a 28-0 blowout to back-and-forth barn burner. Let's talk about what Paul Feinbaum says was the greatest SEC football game he's ever seen. Let's get to that coming up next. Bama, Georgia on the Fan.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on the Fan, Oregon's dominating 34-13 win at UCLA Saturday night has bumped the Ducks up to 6th in the newest AP Top 25 college football poll, which sees a third team grab the number one spot. Alabama atop the poll after beating Georgia 41-34. That drops the Bulldogs to 5th. Texas slides to 2nd. Ohio State 3rd. Tennessee 4th. USC is up to 11th after beating Wisconsin. Utah down to 18th after the loss to Arizona. And Boise State is now 21st after beating Washington State. Seahawks looking to join the Chiefs, and Vikings as the only 4-0 teams in the NFL tonight. They close out week 4 of the season at the Lions. Kickoff 5:15 right here on the Fan. Pre-game coverage starts at 3 immediately following Danny and Dusty. Seattle's a 4-point underdog in Detroit. First half of the Monday night doubleheader starts at 4:30 on ESPN. In Miami, the Dolphins turning to Tyler Huntley at quarterback to face the 0-3 Tennessee Titans. Dolphins 2.5-point favorites. The final 2 National League wildcard berths will be determined today in Atlanta. Braves and Mets will make up 2 games postponed due to Hurricane Helene last week. If they split the games, both teams will make the playoffs. If one team sweeps, the loser is out and the Diamondbacks will get the 6th spot. Wild card series will begin tomorrow. Game 1 goes 10-10 this morning on ESPN2. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand at the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you
When it's not always raining, there'll be days like
This is Dirt and Sprague on 1080 The Fan.
We got NFL to get to. Backwards Bo getting the dub in New York.
Eating W's.
The Commanders are hot. The Vikings are going to win the Super Bowl.
Best team in the NFL. People are tweeting me randomly about my Darnold MVP ticket now. I love it.
He's 11-1.
That's not bad. I mean, he's not going to win, but he at least has a chance. The ticket's alive.
I'd argue his receivers should have better chance.
Hey, it's a quarterback league, okay? Who's getting him the ball?
Yeah, okay.
Who's getting him the ball?
Yeah, you're right.
Who's throwing those dimes?
Yeah, you're right. I think
that was a dime to Jefferson.
Thank you.
Yeah? What about the red zone interception?
Hey.
He forced Jefferson to catch that football.
Get you 4 of these. Call 4-0.
He forced Jefferson to catch
it. Hit him right in the chest.
It did. Beautiful throw.
Yeah. Okay.
Sammy D having a moment.
All right. See if they win this weekend in London. They're going to have one of those dumb international games.
Nah, they're a juggernaut. Nobody can touch the Vikings. 17-0.
Spot betting. Jets coming off a bad, stupid loss, and the Vikings are the best team in football to everybody. Just keep an eye on that game.
Yeah, let's see. Early line in London. Early line.
Vikings minus 2.5. It was Jets were favored, and then the Jets lost, and it switched
sub
completely.
a field goal? Rodgers doesn't stand a chance.
Bama, Georgia.
Woo! Hell of a game.
What a game.
Hell of a game.
Kirby, meet Kalen.
Yeah, he's your problem now, Georgia. You guys figure it out. We don't got to play him anymore. Actually, don't let that age badly. Please don't let us play him anymore.
It was interesting. So it came down. It was a back and forth. I want to play some Fowler audio because I had Fowler takes from this game. But it was a really good football game, but it didn't start that way. It was 28-0.
I was shell-shocked. I think everybody was shell-shocked.
Everybody in America couldn't believe what they were watching.
What? Huh?
Right.
Did the wrong Georgia team show up? Is this like 2004 Georgia? What's happening right now?
If Bama goes up maybe 2 scores, okay, I can kind of understand it. But 28-0? I mean, it was just Georgia getting destroyed. They hadn't been down that much since 2019 Joe Burrow.
That's pretty wild, and that's one of the best offenses we've ever seen in the history of the sport.
I would argue just for a season, that's the best college football team to exist.
Hard to disagree with
them
that.
or the 0-1 Hurricanes, for me in my mind, are the 2 best teams to ever exist.
And that's when Kirby was still on the build and had not won back-to-back national championships.
They were right there on the doorstep. They hadn't quite gotten there yet. But Bama, Georgia starts out 28-0. And I'm watching this at my buddy's house, and then Georgia starts to come back slowly but surely. Bama's doing nothing in the second half. And I turned to my buddy, and we're watching this, and I said, it's hard to put it into words, but Kalen, for whatever reason, as good a coach as I think he is, and I believe now he is 108-12.
That's okay. I mean,
as
if you
a coach.
winning, it's all right. It's fine. Serviceable.
30-3 as a power conference coach.
I mean, it's fine. Whatever, if you want to give him credit for that.
He had this last year.
He did.
He gets out to leads, and for whatever reason, there's something about his teams that let the other team in. Oregon, as much as I thought they were dominated in the Pac-12 title game.
The first half they were. They didn't have a chance in hell.
And go look at the box score. Every metric, they are getting trounced. Oregon had an opportunity to still
They had
come
the
back
lead
and win
in the
that
second
game. They
half.
came back and took the lead.
Yeah.
He has this weird thing where his teams allow other teams to come back. I don't know how to quantify that, but it just is who he is.
Yeah, it's part of it was they had a really hard time running the ball without Milroe. Milroe killed them on the ground. The Alabama backs did not do as much. So that's part of it when you're trying to milk a game in the second half if you're not effectively running it.
Georgia took those edges away, too. They were getting killed on the edges, and then they took it away. And so Milroe wasn't running as well.
No.
The running backs weren't finding any traction.
Part of his problem, and this also creeped up when they beat Texas, if you remember, in the Sugar Bowl, his clock management, like we had one of our P1s text in about this when I was ranting about Virginia Tech. His clock management was horrific in the second
really
half of that game.
Yes.
Like you have a 30-7 lead. I'm milking the clock from the opening possession on and run it down to 2 seconds and then hike the ball every time you have it. Just bleed the clock out, strangulate your opponent, and they don't have a chance to come back and win. But he was even late in the fourth quarter hiking the ball with 20 to 25 seconds left on the play clock as they're trying to milk it down and come away with the win. Like that was horrific clock management, but in typical DeBoer fashion, he's an assassin and he finds a way to win, and none of this matters. And right when you're laughing about, oh my God, they're about to blow a 28-0 lead at home.
I mean, they did for a second.
They did. I mean, they technically did.
Yeah.
But right when their offense had done nothing in the second half, Georgia at that point was on a 34-6 run in their building.
Yeah.
And had come all the way back to take the lead right when you think, oh, he is going to get murdered on the way out. You cannot lose that game in that fashion. What do? They have a 75-yard touchdown pass in one play. And then
I want to get to the audio. The drive before Georgia took the ball back and took the lead, the drive, Bama's drive.
Yeah.
This is there's a good point by you. Benjamin Solak, during that drive, they snapped the ball with 22, 17, 20, and 17 seconds on the play clock.
Dude, I play NCAA 25 religiously. I can tell you right now, you milk that clock in that moment. Where's Jonathan Smith rubbing his nipples, man? You run that thing down.
It's crazy because he's such a good coach.
Yes, what are you doing? Why are you hiking the ball so quickly?
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
It's the one area. He did that at Washington. It's the one area that you kind of watch. You're like, dude, you get everything else right.
You're a brilliant mind. You're an unbelievable coach.
How is this the one area it doesn't compute in your brain?
Where's the clock guy on your staff? It's like, don't hike it, don't hike it, don't hike it, don't hike it. Okay, hike it. There you go.
I want to get to the audio. Fowler with some exceptional calls. I got a Chris Fowler take I want to get to. And then also with the Georgia-Bama game, the rest of the college football landscape, what that looks like. We'll get to the Ducks at 7 o'clock, but I want to get to that. We'll get to the Fowler audio coming up next. Dirt and Sprague on 1080 The Fan.
Mr. Root was feeling about half-past dead.
This is Dirt and Sprague on 1080 The Fan.
All right, I want to get to some Chris Fowler audio. Bama-Georgia game. So Bama goes up 28-0. Georgia storms back in the second half, dominates and shuts down the Alabama offense. And in the process, Carson Beck, who I don't know where people are at Carson Beck as a draft prospect. You're out because he wears the Deion Sanders mouthpiece.
Yeah, I'm out.
It's a great take by you. I think I'm out too, because if a defense can make you look so just lost and confused. Now, you can certainly say, well, he dealed it in the second half.
And then he threw a game-sealing pick.
Again,
on top of it.
Bama just looked like they took their foot off the pedal, thought that game was over. They played with fire, and they almost got burned. Here was Georgia taking the lead.
We don't need to play urgently here. But he's looking to throw that downfield. Has a man wide open. Dylan Bell's got it. A foot race. Spray in, scores. Can you believe it?
They kicked the extra point. Or no, they go for two. They didn't get it.
Didn't get it.
And so it's 34-33. Bama does the kickoff, and the very first play of the next drive for Alabama has this.
The man familiar at the start of this game. He's got to have it right now. And they take a downfield shot. And the catch is made. It's Ryan Williams. Still spinning free. Touchdown, Alabama. They answer in one play. 75 yards for the 17-year-old.
I don't know if you'd heard, the kid is 17 years old. He should be a senior in high school.
Hey, do you know he can't vote in next month's election? Huh? 17, man.
Oh, devastating.
Can't vote.
I might be late to the party. In fact, I'll just say that I am. I can understand hypocrisy if you say, well, Sprague, you go negative on Gus Johnson for the screaming on a 3-yard run. I've gotten to the place. He is Joe Buck of college. When he's on the call, I know it's a big game, and I don't know, he just does it for me.
Does it for you.
When his elevation of voice and shouting, it's like I feel like he does it really well and he times it well.
He was awesome at the end of that game. The atmosphere of the play, it all helped have a great call, but he highlighted it perfectly.
I thought so too.
I thought his calls, that was just such a crazy, like somebody was saying it wasn't a great game, it was just a great fourth quarter, and you can make an argument.
That's a fair point.
The first half, I think it was a great game just because of the storylines. Like, you were so shell-shocked in the first half, and then you're like, is Georgia going to make their way back? And then it's 33-15, so you're technically still alive. The ending was one of the craziest endings that we will ever see in the history of that sport. Watching back-to-back bomb touchdowns, especially from the Alabama offense that had done nothing the entire second half.
That spin after he catches
That's one of the coolest catches I've ever seen.
All catches and runs.
To get it, and then the way he like a ballerina toe taps along this, gets both toes down, spins back into the field of play,
the defenders.
then spins away.
He spun them into each other,
sense.
and then dead sprint. You're not catching him.
75 yards.
He's unbelievable.
Easy touchdown. Not a big deal here. You can argue the two best wide receivers in the country this year are both. I don't know if the kid at Ohio State, Jeremiah Smith. I don't know if he's 17 or not.
No, he just turned 18.
In the
18.
Summer. He had some one-handed catches this week at Michigan State. They might be the two best wide receivers in the nation.
Yeah, I thought the weekend was interesting in college just from the perspective of, and I know we're talking about Ryan Williams and Jeremiah Smith here, but I thought the weekend was interesting because, one, I thought that Bama-Georgia game proved kind of what I've been thinking the whole time. The anti-12 team playoff people, I get it. I do. I've said the entire way, when a team loses, it's not going to take anything away, even though we know Georgia can get to the playoff.
Georgia is freaking out right now.
Yes.
Freaking out.
Because those fans are insane.
Yeah.
There's too much emotional involvement here for people. Like, if Oregon loses in 2 weeks to Ohio State, Oregon fan isn't going to go, well, no big deal.
Yeah, right.
That's not a normal reaction.
Yeah.
You lost to Ohio State. You lost at home. Like, if you lose these games, yes, you can still make the playoff. We know that. It's not going to take anything from those atmospheres, the energy of it, what it means. And that was kind of my whole point of, I like expansion because you include more fan bases. You don't feel as exclusive to just a couple teams. But also, it's college. It's pageantry. It's passion. It's emotion. A lot of people went to those schools, so they're involved. A lot of people grew up cheering for those schools, so they're involved. You're not taking anything away, even though we know that Georgia Bama still had a 90% chance to make the playoff if they lost that game.
Yeah, and it's the funny freak out that's happening, and I have to admit, I have also had this same mindset, so I can't make fun of Georgia fan for doing it, but I think there was a graphic that went around this weekend, in their last 52 games as a program, they are like 51-0 against everybody else, and then 1-2 or 1-3 or whatever it is against Alabama. The only time they got them was in the national title a couple years ago when Kirby finally broke through. When Nick Saban retired, and I've argued this on the show, it felt like, oh, your big bad wolf's out of the way. The one thing that could ever be a foil against Kirby Smart is now officially gone. The greatest coach in the history of the sport is now gone, and this is going to be our time to dominate. And now we're going to finally solve, for as good as Georgia has been, they still have an Alabama problem. They're like 1-7 now in their last 8 games, and the reality is that it doesn't appear going to be the case. And now maybe you play them again in the SEC title game. Maybe you see them again in the playoff, and you get a chance to redeem it.
Well, we'll see, because if they finish tied, they got the tiebreaker.
They have the tiebreaker.
Texas is out there still.
Tennessee, Ole Miss is probably eliminated now for their game this weekend, but that's why they're freaking out of like, wait a minute, Nick Saban's we're supposed to dominate this game now, and they still have an Alabama problem, especially when you fall down 28-0. Like, that was a way in which I know the game ended up being close. Outside of like maybe Kirby's first or second year at Georgia, Saban was never up 28-0 on Kirby. They were great games, and Alabama would win, and nobody would have been surprised with Alabama winning this weekend. 28-0 is a different ballgame, and they were embarrassed and outcoached thoroughly in that game, and especially in the first half. That is a cold wake-up call for that program.
I mean, Kalen almost choked it away, but he didn't. He won it, and that's all that matters. And one of our listeners, Jake the Hater, is I guess a Roll Tide fan, and he's like, he sucks. I'm out on DeBoer. And I'm like, you won the game.
Dude, you were nothing before Nick Saban got there. You will be nothing again when Kalen DeBoer leaves for the NFL in 18 months. So stop complaining.
I think it's wild. You got the best possible coach replacement, I think, for Nick Saban. He's a genius offensively. Are you seeing what Milroe's doing?
I mean, he looks like
6 incompletions. He threw for almost 500 yards.
That was one of the biggest storylines, was they clearly had the better quarterback in that game, and it wasn't even close.
It's not close.
Was it? And if you told me that going into the year, I'd say, oh, meh.
Yeah.
Now you watch it, you're like, it's not even a debate. He's the best. NFL, that's not the argument. It's just right now, it's not even close. He's the better quarterback.
Well, I think even in NFL, you like Milroe's a little thicker. He can run. Like Beck, you throw blitzes at him, he's going to see ghosts.
Yeah, he was freaked out and panicked. Now I'm ready for Kalen DeBoer to come out and win every game the rest of the year by 3 points. And I'm just going to scream, how does he keep getting away with this?
That does feel like it.
They played like Vanderbilt this weekend. The game's going to go to overtime.
Yeah.
They're not going to score an offensive touchdown. They'll get a pick 6 to seal it, and it won't make any sense.
Well, Milroe had a great game. He almost threw for 500 yards. I think another big takeaway for me in college football this week, and we'll get to the NFL. We will, I promise. We'll get to the Ducks here at the top of the hour. The other big takeaway is, and I know it's early, it's the end of September here, so injury and football can football. The Heisman race is, I feel like the Heisman race is maybe as exciting as it's been in some time with Jainty, and what he is doing is,
by God.
Holy crap.
Tried to warn you, Coug fans. Guy's not easy to tackle. Tried to warn you.
Hunter, Colorado was a 2-touchdown underdog going to UCF. Everybody thought they were losing that game, and they dominated them, and Hunter had a massive game. Milroe had a great game, and he almost toyed with losing to a bad team. Cam Ward and Miami are a big story in college. So the Heisman race was a big takeaway from me from the weekend in college football. We'll talk a little bit about that in the second hour of the show. Brady Henderson's going to join us at 8 a.m. live from Detroit, Michigan. We got Seahawks-Lions Monday Night Football, so Brady will join us at 8. We'll kick off hour 2. The Ducks win at the Rose Bowl. Their first Big Ten win against mighty Big Ten opponent, UCLA. Hour 2, Dirt and Sprague on the Fan.
station. Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Laurel Horse Market, Steakhouse and Butcher Shop. Grab your meat for grilling season and save 10% on your Butcher Shop order when you dine in. Menus at laurelhorsemarket.com. First on The Fan. The Oregon Ducks did not allow an offensive touchdown to UCLA Saturday night in a 34-13 win. They are now 6th in the newest AP Top 25 college football poll, as there is a third different team to grab the number 1 spot. Alabama is atop the poll after beating Georgia 41-33. Bulldogs dropped to 5th. Texas now 2nd. Ohio State 3rd. Tennessee 4th. USC's win over Wisconsin moves them up to 11. Utah still without Cam Rising slides to 18 after losing to Arizona, and Boise State's at 21 after beating Washington State. Seahawks will close out week 4 of the NFL schedule in Detroit for Monday night. They will try to join the Chiefs and Vikings as the only 4-0 teams left in the NFL. It's a 5:15 kick. You'll hear it right here on The Fan. Pre-game coverage starts at 3 o'clock. The other Monday night game is in Miami. Dolphins having to go with Tyler Huntley at quarterback, but they get the 0-3 Tennessee Titans. Dolphins are 2.5-point favorites. Final 2 National League wildcard berths will be determined today in Atlanta. Braves and Mets have a doubleheader to make up games postponed by Hurricane Helene. If they split, both the teams will make the playoffs. If one team sweeps, the loser is out and the Diamondbacks will get the 6th spot. Doubleheader begins at 10 a.m. on ESPN2. More sports scores and stories, 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand at the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Fan Merch Locker has new shirts from the fan shows and hosts you love. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com.
Oh, I tell you, Jennifer, she is really a party pooper.
This is Dirt and Sprague.
Jennifer poops at parties? So she poops at parties, so and people know this?
With Andy Dirt Johnson and Brendan Sprague.
I poop at parties. But people don't know because I close the door.
Dirt and Sprague on 1080.
Where do she go for it? Does she visit the water closet and make door of the open so people may see and smell things? This sounds horrible.
The Fan.
All right, welcome back in. Hour 2, 7:02 in the Rose City. Would have been 7.
Swag's over there just blabbering on his update. Come on, man.
God.
Come on.
Be on time. I did what I was supposed to do.
We did have people, by the way, texting in that their company too does bucks.
Do they?
Or
Company dollars?
Company dollars, if you will. Somebody said they work for Pepsi. They call them smile points, but it's the same thing. You cash in your smile points.
Can I ask that listener if they're listening either on the podcast or the playback on the app, the Odyssey app? By the way, it's how you can listen to the show, Odyssey. I want to throw to that listener, and I'll check the text line at some point for hopefully a response. I don't buy soda as much. I buy like packs and then have it in my fridge. I miss going to the store buying a soda where you could open the cap and it says 1 free 20-ounce.
Yeah,
Pepsi.
that was always fun when you get the cap and you get something out of it.
The cap contests, they should bring that back.
I feel like a lot of contests have gone away.
Do they still do it, though? Because I also don't go to like an
I don't know.
PM or
like,
something
does
like
McDonald's still do their Monopoly thing, or did that get shut down after the family stole all the stuff?
Yeah, I think after the employee rigged it.
Yeah, they can't bring that back?
I think
That was a thing, though, for a while. I remember that was always exciting, because you get the
but
fry
everybody
thing,
needed
you'd have the two. You couldn't
Everybody
get
needed Boardwalk. I got Park Place. I get Boardwalk, win $1 million. Everybody got Park Place.
I'm going to go eat
I think
37
a lot of that stuff
large fries over the next
all
week.
All those companies want you to go to their app now.
Yeah, it's probably app contests,
So maybe there's
giveaways.
something on the app or the rewards, and there's something that...
You notice with the prices of inflation and everybody complaining about how expensive fast food has even become, have you noticed fast food reeking of desperation of like, hey, we got $5 meal deals.
Come back.
They're back.
It's cheap.
The dollar menu's actually $1 again.
It's cheap food. Come on.
Have you noticed they've been doing that?
I haven't seen that.
No, I haven't noticed that.
There's a fast food joint. You can, the Golden Arches, and they have plastered all over their windows the $5 meal deal.
The $5
and there's like
meal.
7 items, it feels like, on that photo. And I'm like, look at this.
Not a bad deal.
People aren't going to you anymore because your stuff's a little too expensive.
Might stop on my way home, grab a salad, eat healthy. What do you think, huh?
Yeah, those salads are so healthy.
Make it a day. Make it a nice Monday.
We have a lot to get to in the second hour of the program. The Heisman race is heating up.
It is. I think it's a 2-man race. for now.
I think it's more of a three-man race.
It's fair.
There's a fourth guy in it.
The third guy, I think, is a distant third. Not to take away from how good he's been, but I just think it speaks to how good the top two guys have been.
I don't disagree with that point. I think I disagree with your overall read because of the team the third guy plays on and what just happened.
Yeah, fair point.
And one of the guys is playing on a team that I'm not sure America has seen play yet.
No, I don't think so.
We'll get to the Heisman race here at 7:15. Your Ducks. Oh, by the way, Brady Henderson will join us at 8 o'clock. We got two quarterbacks that were written off, and now
they're writing back.
Goff, Smith. What a comeback. Brady live from Detroit. Your Ducks got their first Big Ten win.
They did.
Welcome to the B1G.
Thank you.
You had to go down to Pasadena.
Felt good. Historic Big Ten program, UCLA.
You had to be
no
long
match.
time.
No match.
Big Ten team, UCLA. UCLA, as they like to call them on the streets. And they were UCLA to watch. Couldn't really do much offensively.
They suck.
Yeah. Now,
There's a bad football team.
There's two avenues we can go with this. Most of us saw this ass whooping coming. I think the spread was 22, so what Lanning was deciding to do was hilarious.
It was north of that by the end of the game. So earlier in the week, I think you could get it at 22. I think it closed at 25, 26.
It was 25
because he
and a
spragued
half.
the line on it on Friday.
It was 25 and a half. And
I thought you spragued the line at 22, and that's why I sent the text and I was laughing.
No, he was a field goal away. He was close.
The pick six. The pick six cost.
That killed you.
Yeah.
I don't know how you want to break this down. There's a couple notes that I took. Schwartz tweeted this out, but I had observed the same thing. Their offensive line since the Civil War, excluding kneel downs, has scored on everything.
Mm-hmm. Until the pick six.
Until the pick six.
Yeah, they had scored on every drive.
But even after that, they followed that up and got a touchdown to Tez and separated themselves more. Lanning seemed like he was in, let's just kill clock, get out of here, and be comfortable with a 3-tud win. By the way, Ohio State beat Michigan State 38-7 this weekend.
Yeah.
Or you could do the opposite where you talk about how they scored 6 points in the second half. Like, where was dirt on Saturday night, late night, 8 o'clock kick?
First off, 8 o'clock kicks, the take is validated, should be illegal. That's just way too late. What time did that game end? 11-something, 11:50? I mean, it was on
Somewhere
all night. Like,
there.
what are we doing?
I popped the energy drink at 7 o'clock.
This is so stupid.
Poker night was just wrapping up.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, if you get to the end of poker night, that's way too late for a football game to be going to, because poker nights take a long time in order to
And we only had
finish
7 guys. It's not like we had 12 there.
So that was my first takeaway, was just, this is so stupid. You should not be allowed to kick a game after 7:30. It's kind of a hodgepodge of all of that, if that's fair. Is it okay to be very encouraged yet slightly discouraged about your team at the same time?
They have a thing offensively. They score, but they still have a weird thing where they have times of looking clunky.
Yeah, and I don't know what to chalk that up as.
I don't either.
Like they got really clunky in the third quarter. The obvious bad moment in the first half is the pick six. And the reason it's glaring is, one, Swag would have cashed his bet if he had not thrown that. But there's just a difference. Like, if you're driving to go up 35-3 going into the locker room, that's as dominant and as impressive a first half as you literally could ask for. And I think a lot of people probably went to bed at halftime of that game. And they keep the score. Oh, look at that. Oregon's up, whatever. When you see that flash across the ticker, it just, 35-3. That thing's over. Instead, you throw a 100-yard pick six, and I don't know what Dylan Gabriel was doing there. Even if Tez doesn't fall down, he wasn't open. Like, yeah. I don't understand that throw. And for as good as he was and as good as he has been, that's just a horrific decision in that moment. And it kind of flipped the feeling and the momentum and the energy of the game a little bit. And then you fast forward to the second half where they're getting stops, but a lot of their early series, they're like their first drive of the third quarter, they started on like their 4-yard line. And so they just came out and they're like, all right, let's run it a couple of times, incomplete pass, punt it back, let's play defense. I mean, defensively, they were as dominant as I thought they would be. UCLA cannot run the football.
No.
And their offense is horrific. They held them to 170 total yards. They were 1 of 10 on third down.
Garbers eventually got knocked out of
this game. Got knocked out of the game. They had 11 total first downs. Like, their defense totally dominated, but it's hard to get a read because I think your point is valid where in the first half, the only 2 times you had to settle for field goals were times they should have scored touchdowns. One, Patrick Herbert had a ball hit him in the hands.
Oh.
It was a beautifully thrown ball by Gabriel.
I don't know how he dropped that.
Should have been an easy touchdown. You had to kick a field goal on that drive. And then the other one that you had to kick a field goal on was an awesome trick play design.
Tez missed him.
And Tez overthrew him by 4. He was wide open, and he overthrew him by 4 yards. So it should have been already 35-3, but they had to settle for the 2 field goals. And then in the second half, and Lanning even kind of talked about this, Their mindset was let's just get out of here.
That's kind of the vibe.
It's
I
10
got.
o'clock
It
at
was-
night.
yes.
That was due to the short
we got a
week.
short week.
Yes.
We're playing Michigan State on a
I don't
Friday.
want
We
to
got
get
to fly
anybody
back.
hurt.
Yeah.
I don't want to
Let's go
show
home.
anything
Yeah.
else
Game's
on
over.
film.
The last drive was 7 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's just like, we're going to run first down. We're
I
going to run.
thought they might just. I was still watching because I was hoping. I thought maybe one of the running backs, like on a short yardage, he busts through the line. Nobody's back there. UCLA sells out or something.
Oh, for your coverage spread. Yeah, you're hoping they get one more
bust
score.
a big run.
No, I watched until the very end as well because I was curious if he was going to play that the same way. Like, no, let's get one more and feel real good, or let's just get out of here. We're up 3 touchdowns. Here was Dan Lanning in the post game on his defense.
Yeah, I thought our defensive staff did an awesome job. Coach Lapoy and the whole defensive staff. I thought that was our most complete game on defense. I also thought we had a good feel for what they were trying to do too, and did a good job affecting the quarterback, stopping the run. If you're doing those 2 things, you got a great chance.
It's the one thing about college football that I give the NFL an edge to. What games are better, all that. College has a lot of these weekends where it's like we all know, whether you hate Oregon, love Oregon, UCLA was not winning that game. UCLA, even to what you said on the pick six, yeah, I'm with you. 35-3 it looks and feels a lot different than it is.
And then the backups play most of the second half.
But I didn't turn the third quarter on and go,
no.
Let's see if that momentum's still there. I was like, this game's still over. That didn't change a whole lot other than Gabriel's stat line. So it's just like he got a lot of, like, they got another one of these this weekend, and it's going to be on Friday. And the narrative or the angle is like, Jonathan Smith's back in the state. And that's the angle because Michigan State sucks.
Yeah, the only
this is going to be another game where you blow them out.
Well, the only thing about college kids is can you keep them all focused, all on the same page week to week? You know, obviously once you get to the professional levels, it's like that's your job. That's all you're doing. But
Miami, Virginia Tech is a good example of it.
It's like that. That's the biggest difference between college and the NFL for the most part. Is on any given week, who knows what's going on with a college team, 18, 19, 20-year-old kids. They start believing their own hype, or something happens on campus that nobody knows about that gets their attention distracted from this, that, or the other thing.
Well, so we watched Georgia-Bama earlier that night, right? And then you turn this game on, and it's not going to compare because UCLA's nowhere near Oregon's talent level, let alone the other two. But what I'm doing is I'm trying to watch these games, and I missed the Ole Miss-Clemson game. But in watching all of these other games this weekend, I'm like just trying to comp how I feel about all these teams with each other. And by the way, for a while there, Ohio State, again, playing with the food.
Yeah.
They got this weird thing, man. And I don't know if that's going to bite them or if it's the opponent or what it is.
Just haven't been tested yet. It's hard to tell.
But it kind of does feel like there's a small select group that's above everybody else. And I don't think Oregon's in that yet.
Totally fair.
The Ohio State game could be a big thing for them in that regard. And I would say the same for Ohio State if they come to Eugene and win against Oregon. But there's just like Texas, Bama, Georgia, despite Georgia being down 28-0. I think it's maybe them. And Tennessee might be flirting with that. And then there's like that next tier. And I feel like Oregon's in that next tier. Ohio State, for me, I feel like, and maybe Ohio State will make me eat my words on it, are in that next tier. I know they're talented, but it just looks different from those couple teams to the next crop of teams.
That's totally fair. And you're going to have those teams even in the top crop that play down to opponents from time to time, and it'll make you scratch your head. Alabama, South Florida, for example. You're like, what is happening here? So you're going to have those games for everybody this year. I'm hoping that Oregon's already had their 2 games like that when they played Idaho and when they played Boise. It does feel like there's a delineation between the top 3 or 4 teams in the country who largely are all coming from the same conference, which is a whole other issue that we're going to have to deal with at the end of the year, to everybody else. It doesn't mean that one of the others from everybody else can't maybe surprise or go on a run.
Right.
Because I think the beauty of this sport, especially with the era of the transfer portal, and we talked about this a little bit on Friday, like a lot of these teams are like feeling themselves out, and we got a new quarterback or we got a new coordinator. I got 2 new offensive linemen. I got a new wide receiver, and you're trying to gel as the season goes on. And so the team you are on September 30th is not going to be the team you are on November 27th when you're going into rivalry week or going into a conference championship. So who can continue to get better will be a big test of it. The only major frustration that I had was that I feel like they've missed an opportunity early in the season. Now, to your point, maybe they get it again on Friday, and there will be other blowouts on their schedule. Excuse me, so they'll have a chance to do it. they have not had opportunities to allow their depth to play significant minutes in games early in the season. They lost that chance against Idaho playing with their food, lost the chance against Boise because they damn near lost the game. Now, they were able to get
Oregon
some
State
They got
game.
some nice series in the fourth quarter, but this was my only issue with it, the pick six outside of it just being a dumb play. 35-3, you come out, get a stop, you score one more touchdown. At that point, you're essentially playing backups the rest of the game, and you're giving guys valuable minutes to grow and learn, and guys that you're going to have to rely on at some point this season because injuries happen, and you're going to have to plug them in. And so when I look up in the fourth quarter and it's 34-13 and like Jordan James is still getting carries with 4 minutes left, that's the frustration for me of like, damn it, you just miss another chance to get those guys a lot of snaps and a lot of looks and to have something they can put on film to say, hey, if we need to call on you against Michigan or Ohio State or we're on the road at Wisconsin, remember this play or you have this experience that you can lean on to be ready for that moment.
Ferguson took a shot, man.
He did, from a former Duck. That was a super chippy game. There was former players on each side.
Okay, so let me ask you, because it looked bad. He got knocked out of the game. We'll see what happens this week if they keep him out or if he comes back and plays. I actually, in slow-mo, didn't think it was an illegal hit. I thought it was actually a bang-bang. He didn't hit him in the helmet.
It was kind of a forearm. It wasn't a helmet-to-helmet, that's for sure.
I think it's the body impact that helped knock Ferguson out. But Gabriel threw a ball that kind of put it in a spot where it's so bang-bang.
I
actually like that they didn't flag. I was surprised they didn't flag it because in every instance that draws a flag is how it looks. And Gabriel, I think you like seeing Gabriel, walk up to Addison and want to fight him, but
I'd love to see that.
I didn't think that was actually a penalty. I was surprised they didn't throw it though because of how it looked.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, it very easily could have been flagged, and if it is, I'm probably not saying that's a bad call. But
it's because we're conditioned now in football for that to happen.
Kind of hit him up high, and there was a forearm maybe to the side of the helmet or wherever he got him. But when it's not helmet to helmet, I'm like, you have to do something to break up a completion. And Addison's a tall safety.
Yeah,
Ferguson's going over the middle. Like, I don't know. I didn't see any bad intent there of trying to hurt somebody. I know a lot of Duck fans might disagree with that, but I didn't think that was a bad blood hit.
Quarterback controversy?
Oh.
Novosad went in. Told you.
Well, see, this is my point, though.
Watch this Novosad guy.
It was really smart. Like, people were tweeting about this. It was really smart to not play Dante Moore. Really smart. Because he came in and handed the ball off once and then took a knee. And at this point, if you're Oregon, you would much prefer to redshirt Dante Moore. So why would you use one of his 4 games in a game in which he's not going to attempt to pass?
Revenge game.
Yeah, I mean, that's a cool storyline, and they should have had that ability to put him in the fourth quarter, and if you don't throw a pick six at the end of the half, I guarantee you he probably plays the entire fourth quarter.
Ducks get the win down at UCLA. They play Friday, so it's a quick turn and burn for them. Michigan State and Jonathan Smith coming to town. We'll have more on that game.
Are we all together? Are we all singing Kumbaya this week? Let's go.
Orange
Ducks.
in the stands, booing
Orange
Michigan
in the stands,
State,
booing Michigan
but
State.
not rooting for
Come
Oregon.
on over, Beavs. The water's warm, man.
That'd be a funny poll question. We could put that one up. A Heisman race unlike any other. Next on The Fan.
Oregon. secret score. This is Dirt and Sprague on 1080 The Fan.
I don't know what Dirt has on the old show sheet. We've got Brady Henderson coming up at 8. Blazer Media Day is today.
What is happening, man? September. What are we doing?
It's the end of September.
It is.
You ready?
Oh, I'm ready, man. Ready to get my scoot on, what's shading on.
We should do this. What is overall going to be their BS message today?
Well, you still have the
competing playoffs, take that step.
Chance is going to tell me they're going to the playoffs this year. They got a roster intact to go to the playoffs.
Chance really said it at the end of the year.
He did.
He's disappointed. He wants to take that playoff step. They still got Grant, Ayton, Ant. I mean, it's not like this team has young guys, but they've got vets to the point where it's like they're going to say it.
I think Kevin Pelton had their win projection on ESPN last week at 33.
Way too high.
Which that was my immediate reaction.
Way too
What
high.
are we doing here?
That has to be a projection.
Why is Jeremy
just what
Grant
the roster
and
is.
Anthony Simon, why are they still on the roster?
I mean, that's
we
a
are
different-
tanking. Why are they still on the roster?
That's a different conversation.
That would be my question.
Because
if
we're
I
going to
were
get
there.
2 first-round picks from the Lakers.
Of course we are, because we got 2. We traded 2. No, we didn't. That's right. So now he's got a different contract, but we're going to get twice as much as we gave up when we got him.
Don't worry.
Okay.
It's going to happen.
Definitely.
Blazer Media Day. Feel the mojo.
Catch the fever.
Brady's going to be at 8. Heisman was a takeaway for me this weekend. I didn't think I'd think about the Heisman in September, and yet it's kind of a fun one to think about this year. Usually it's like, a couple quarterbacks. This one's interesting. Travis Hunter of Colorado.
Best player in the sport. It's not even close.
I totally agree with you.
Not even a debate.
What he does both sides every single weekend. He's asked to do, asked to be. They went down to UCF, and they embarrassed the Knights.
That is the best win for Dion, and I don't even know if it's close. Like the TCU one in the opener caught everybody off guard because they were such a big underdog. TCU sucked last year.
That was his arrival win, though. Of
Yeah.
like, no, I'm not.
Do you
the
believe
worst.
now?
Yeah,
That
was what that was.
And then after that, they beat Nebraska, who didn't have a functioning offense. Colorado State was terrible. Like,
Yes.
those were their wins after that. This is one where your season maybe was saved by a Hail Mary. And to back it up, UCF was a very trendy pick last week because they were a dark horse for a lot of folks in the Big 12. People were asking, are Josh Pate included, why are they not ranked in the top 25? Like, that's a good team with a good quarterback. And they went in there and dominated them.
I'm with you there. Best win for Dion, and Hunter has a big game. The other name on this list has to be Ashton Jeanty, the running back for Boise State. He has 845 45 yards.
That would be a lot of
That
touchdowns.
would be a record.
That would definitely be a record. Feels like he has that many touchdowns.
13 touchdowns.
13 tutties.
They've played 4 games.
He has 13 tutties in 4 games. He is on pace.
He almost has 1,000 yards in 4 games.
He is on pace to break Barry Sanders' single-season rushing touchdown record, which is 37 in 12 games. And he's on pace to break Barry Sanders' single-season yards record, which is 2,628.
Now, look, when we did our big peepees, I took Boise with the points. Part of this is, and PFF put this out, you know who the worst tackling team in college football is?
After Saturday, I'll answer that question.
It's Washington State by a sizable percentage. If I'm a Coug fan, I'm a little concerned.
Although he is a monster, he is a bit of a different behemoth.
He is. But when you can't tackle well, you put yourself and you lend yourself into positions against teams that maybe you shouldn't. And so I don't know what Washington State's going to be going forward. I do think Boise State is the best team in this Mountain West Pac-12 merged this year. I think they're better than Oregon State and Washington State.
That feels like a playoff team.
He's unbelievable. I mean, go look at the touchdowns he scored. It's not that he scored. It's that on every touchdown, it feels like he's breaking 12 tackles.
Yeah, like he's doing it all by himself.
And it sucked because his jersey blended into the turf. But if you watch the highlights, he's tackled at the line of scrimmage, and then he's breaking to the next layer of defense, and then he's tackled again, and then he breaks to the secondary, and then he breaks through the secondary, and then he's gone.
He just runs away from everybody.
He's unbelievable, this Jeanty kid, and I think it's him and Hunter, 1-2 in the Heisman race, however you want to differentiate that. The third guy in this is Milroe.
Yeah.
He had almost 500 yards passing. He was unbelievable against Georgia. Cam Ward will probably get an invite because Miami's always a story for people. They're going to be at game day's location this weekend.
He had that shovel pass at the end of the game that saved him should have been a sack.
His touchdown celebration now is becoming viral from opponents doing it to him, and people in the NFL are now doing it. College kids are doing it. But I think it's a 3-horse race at this point. Now it's early to be doing Heisman talk, but this is a fun Heisman race. This is a different one than we've ever had, with a running back in the Mountain West, a two-way player on a Big 12 team, and Bama's quarterback is almost always a guy who's just known as a handoff guy because Bama's running in defense.
Yeah.
And so I think it's a fun race. The problem is one of the players I don't think is being watched by anybody in America.
No, I don't know if anybody's seen Ashton Genty's games.
It's crazy. I think he's flying way under the radar.
Their biggest game that they almost won was the Oregon game, and that was a Peacock game. That was a horrible product and quality. They kept cutting out. It was a terrible broadcast. So that would have been the most watched game had it been on a linear television channel, but it was not. And then they played Portland State. I don't even. Who do they play in week 1? Like Georgia Southern or something?
Georgia Southern.
Georgia Southern, who they had in week 1.
He had a massive game.
He did. He went for like 300 yards and 7 touchdowns or something insane in that game. They'll have opportunities the rest of the way, but this one probably got lost in the shuffle a little bit for folks, being a late night game, and the Oregon game was on at the same time. Arizona-Utah was on at the same time, and so there was 3 different games going on. They get UNLV in a couple of weeks. That might be a game that a lot of folks now are paying attention to. And then outside of that, honestly, man, the only other games that they have that are on national television, they for some reason are playing Nevada on Fox. I don't know what time. That'll likely be an 8 o'clock kick. And then it's your Beavs when you go there at the end of November. Those are the only other games that they have that are on network television, not like FS1, FS2, CBS Sports Network. And so he's going to keep doing this all year, and you're just going to look up and be like, oh, hey, Ashton Genty had another 274 yards and 5 touchdowns last night. It is insane. Watching him do what he did, he made Washington State look like a JV defense on Saturday night.
Yes.
And Washington State, I know, doesn't have the best defense in the world, but like to do that to a college defense and to break that many tackles behind the line of scrimmage, you're just simply in awe. And we've never seen somebody do what Travis Hunter's doing, ever, in the history of the sport.
No.
Guys have gone both ways. You've had linebackers and fullbacks, and you had Charles Woodson, and there's certain guys that have done it. Nobody in every snap, and you can make a clear argument, is the best player on the field on both sides of the ball.
Brock made the point on the broadcast during the game. They looked up the most losses for a Heisman winner, and every play he made, I mean, it's just one of those, like, Colorado, and they're an interesting Big 12 team. You look at their schedule.
Dude, the Big 12 is wide open.
It's wide open.
Utah still has a quarterback injury.
Yep.
Is Arizona good? Kansas State's not trustworthy.
Right. Oklahoma State is a disappointment so far. Right. Baylor's probably going to fire Aranda. BYU's undefeated.
Yes.
I don't know what to make of that.
BYU or Iowa State now the team to beat.
But if Colorado is 7-5, 8-4,
and he does it and stays healthy,
he stays healthy,
yeah,
he's going to be in New York.
Yeah.
And you think he's going to win?
I would give it to him
because JT may break the rushing record, and then Milroe might win the SEC and have all these passing stats.
Milroe's awesome, but we've seen quarterbacks have incredible run. Like if Genty breaks the rushing record, that's what then brings this into consideration.
Because I think he's number 2, and I think Hunter doing both sides stuff as they win.
You have to give him a leg up. He's doing it on. He's the best player on the field on both sides of the ball for his team.
I miss Richard Sherman called him a subpar receiver.
What are we doing? Maybe we're just stupid. People are stupid, man. I'm like trying to find a way to excuse that in my head. And I'm like, no, there's no way. He's the best player on their team.
He's good. He's
like,
just
I don't know if he's
good.
going to be Jamar Chase in the NFL, but he's an unbelievable college wide receiver.
Might be Sauce Gardner. I don't know.
Yes, he very well could be.
It's a fun one. And I didn't think we'd talk about Heisman in September, but this one's unique. It's fun. It's different.
Yeah, it's not just the best quarterback in the SEC or the best player on the best team. Like Carson Beck winning the Heisman would suck.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that doesn't look like it's going to happen, and we're getting these fun storylines.
We have a lot to get into in the last hour and a half of the program. You can reach the show at the Vancouver Ford text line 503-864-6326. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. Visit them at vancouverford.com. Brady Henderson, 8 a.m. live from Detroit, Michigan. Got NFL to get into as well. More college football. Dirt and Sprague back with more. But for Swag with the Sports Update.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on the Fan, Oregon's dominating 34-13 win at UCLA Saturday bumps the Ducks up to 6th in the latest AP Top 25 college football poll that sees a third different team grab the number 1 spot. Bama atop the poll after beating Georgia 41-34. Bulldogs now 5th. Ohio State remains Texas slides to second. Ohio State still third. Tennessee up to 4. USC's now 11th after beating Wisconsin. Utah down to 18 with their loss to Arizona. And Boise State up to 21st after beating the Cougars. Seahawks trying to join the Chiefs and Vikings as the only 4-0 teams in the NFL. Tonight they close out week 4 of the season at the Lions. 5:15 kick right here on The Fan. Pre-game coverage starts at 3. Immediately following Danny and Dusty. Seattle 4-point underdogs in Detroit. First half of the Monday night doubleheaders at 4:30 on ESPN in Miami. Dolphins having to turn to Tyler Huntley at quarterback due to injuries. They face the 0-3 Tennessee Titans. Dolphins 2.5-point favorites. A Major League doubleheader on this Monday, necessary to determine the final 2 wildcard berths in the National League. Braves and Mets making up 2 postponed games from Hurricane Helene last week in Atlanta. If they split them, both teams will make the playoffs. If one team sweeps, the loser is out, and the Diamondbacks will get the 6th spot. It starts at 10 a.m. on ESPN2. More sports scores and stories, 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand at the Odyssey app, the Fan desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app.
Me, I'm super fly, super duper fly, super duper fly.
This is Dirt and Sprague on 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back in. Shout out to Engineer Joey for helping me out. Now I got drops back again.
Cat pervert.
Didn't have those in the first half hour of the show, or hour and a half of the show. So appreciate him coming in and helping me out with my technical difficulties.
So I could wish my boot right up your ass.
You're damn right. I do want to get to, we have not talked yet about the Washington Huskies, who somehow shot both of their feet off in the same game on Friday night. That was impressive. And then had to turn around and watch the next Don James beat Georgia next day. That hurts.
You know what? My cousin's a UW guy. I texted him and I said,
they're all rooting for him.
Who's more upset right now, Husky fan or Bulldog fan when Bama was up 28-0?
Yeah.
And he said, I'm rooting for him. And I was surprised with that reaction. My cousin went to Washington and he goes, it sucks, but we're a tier 2 school. I know what we are, and
I
that's
think
Bama.
The pain will be, it's not necessarily felt now. Ask me in 5 years how you feel about it. What does Washington do in the next 5 years? What does Kalen DeBoer do in the next 5 years? It's very easy when you're still on the heels of an undefeated regular season to say, I'm supporting the guy and I'm rooting for him. And I get that. But if in 5 years, let's say you go 7-5, 8-4, 7-5, you're not relevant, you don't win a Big Ten championship or even compete in the sport, I think you're singing a much different tune down the road.
I think you're wrong. You're going, what'd you say, 5 years?
I say in the next 5 years.
See, that's where I'll disagree. I think it's 2. I think it's as simple in college football nowadays to say 2. Now, it's not fair to judge everything Washington is this year and put it all just Jed Fish, right? They got stripped talent. The coaching staff left. They had to completely restart. But college football, in 5 years, if they suck, that's a Jed Fish problem. That's no longer Kalen DeBoer's problem.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not Kalen DeBoer's fault, but now where are you at? It's one thing
but
to
I can't,
say.
how do you hate Kalen DeBoer 5 years from now? That's, we picked the wrong guy and he sucked.
Well, he left us. That's why. You should hate him. If I dated
It's Alabama.
If I dated Sydney Sweeney for 2 years and then she dumped me, I'd be thrilled that she found a guy more attractive than me.
Yeah, but
God, it was great memories, though, Sydney. We had 2 good years together.
I don't know if that's the same
you just
thing.
made me so happy, and now I'm alone. But I'm just so happy for you that you found somebody.
Yeah, but in 5 years, that's a you problem. Why didn't if you could get Sydney Sweeney, why didn't you go find the next Sydney Sweeney? That's your fault. That's your problem.
My issue.
I think Fish. It's off to a bad start.
Yes,
I'll be honest with you.
Let's just do it now because we're already into it now. So we'll get to the NFL in a moment because I do have a lot of NFL stuff I want to talk about.
They were embarrassing. That was pitiful.
They outgained to watch a team dominate in almost every facet and then do literally like the dumbest thing imaginable in certain moments.
Every time.
I want to make sure I have all the numbers correct because
it felt like they were the better team, but they never scored.
Dude, they had like over 500 yards of offense in that game. Here we go. Here's your box score. So they had, in terms of total yardage, they outgained Rutgers 521 to 299.
That's dominating.
521 to 299. They outrushed them 207 to 184, and that was the one advantage you thought maybe Rutgers had.
How many Coleman carries did he get? Because
Same thing.
He averaged almost 12 yards a carry, 11 yards a carry.
He averaged 9.3 yards per carry, and he had 16 carries again. Jed Fish has like a weird thing with the number 16. He has not had more than 16 carries in a game this year.
Is it Fish or is it Carroll?
I don't know. They're not. They had multiple 3rd and 2s and 4th and shorts in the first half where they're just not giving him the football. And he's the most, arguably, outside of Genty maybe, the most physically dominant back in the, like that dude's a monster and they won't give him to him in those moments.
Yeah, but their defense couldn't get off the field on 3rd down.
Couldn't get off the field on 3rd down.
I think you make argument he's maybe the best back of the Big Ten, which is crazy to say, but
yeah.
You can make an argument for it, is all I'm saying.
I'm looking around. I'm trying to scroll through in my head of the other Big Ten backs.
James is good. Anderson's good.
Yeah, I mean, there's good backs.
Edwards is good at Michigan.
Yeah.
He's in the conversation.
He's in the mix of being the best back in the conference, and you're not giving him 20 touches a game, which is criminal to me. And then the one where you force them to kick a field goal, you block the field goal, and the player from the sidelines runs on. I've never seen that in my life watching football.
Well, the first replay they showed of it, I thought they threw a flag incorrectly.
Yeah.
Because that officiating situation was also, talk about flags galore.
All over the field.
I'm like, they called this wrong. They just screwed Washington. And then they showed the second angle of it, and they showed the kid coming out from the sidelines to celebrate prematurely. And I'm just like,
and he was almost out by the numbers.
I mean, he was like 10 yards onto the
It wasn't
field.
like he took a step onto the field.
It wasn't a toe. It was on the field.
Well, I think that's my point, right? Like, I didn't mean that you didn't show up at all and didn't do anything. You produced, but you shot yourself in the foot in the moments you had to take advantage of. You couldn't get off the field, as Swag mentioned, on third down. And again, another weekend, his team is incredibly undisciplined.
Yes, the penalties are a massive problem that has not gone away.
It's huge.
At
It's
some
costing
point,
you games.
Yeah, at some point it falls on the coach too. You can blame the players early in the season. At some point, you're not doing something right as a coach if the penalties continue to be a problem week in and week out.
Is Grady gross just like Kalen left, so now he doesn't know how to kick? I mean, what's happening to him?
Shanking field goals left and right.
It's pretty gross.
Well played there. Well played. I see what you did.
I said I think at the beginning of the year, 7-5 was my record prediction. 6-6, I think you're okay. You get to a bowl game. Anything below that, I'm just like, I understand what they had stripped away from them. I'm totally admitting that. But it's the way that you're playing. It's just undisciplined, bad play calling in spots. Like,
There's
and
no
now I
identity.
got Michigan this weekend.
Yeah, now you got Michigan. They had 6 accepted penalties, but it felt like more than that, and almost all of them were in just critical points of the game. When they blocked that field goal, I was putting Teddy Ballgame down on Friday night, and I'm like, he's getting fussy. I'm like walking to his nursery, and I'm like, let me just watch this. I just want to see the field goal, see what happens. They block it, and I'm like, oh, how about that? And I walk out of the room to go put him down for the night, and then I come out and it's 14-3, and I'm like, wait, what?
The very next play,
I had
Rutgers
no clue.
scored a touchdown.
Very next play, I didn't see the penalty, I didn't see the flag, I just knew that they blocked the kick, and then I walked out of the room. So I was thoroughly confused when that happened. It just I think the frustrating thing, if you're a Husky fan, is that if I told you going into the year you're losing these games, I think the argument would have been, I get it because we're not as talented.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we lost everybody. We should not be a good team this year. And then you watch them lose, and they were the more talented. They did not lose that game because Rutgers had more talent than them. They lost that game because they shot themselves in the foot repeatedly in every opportunity. That's where it stings, and that's where I didn't think any of the heat would get on Jed Fish for a 7-5, 8-4, 6-6 kind of year. Like, whatever, dude. It's year one. Give him time. But then you're watching the way they're losing these games, and all of the fingers are being pointed back at their head coach
because they're reflections of coaching.
Exactly. You're calling a speed option to the short side of the field. If not, you maybe beat Washington State, and then this game on Friday night, like, you had no business. You outgained a team by nearly 300 yards in a game. You should not lose that game, and that's an indictment on coaching.
I'm just going to roll this out real quick. Give me your thought. Michigan at home. We'll do a toss-up.
That's this weekend. That's an NBC game.
But I think Michigan's better than you because their defense is stout.
And they just can't throw the football. I don't know what the hell to expect in that game.
It's going to be a rushing game. It's going to be low scoring. Bet the under.
Throw the ball.
At Iowa.
Yeah.
At Indiana now.
Indiana's undefeated.
Signetti out there at Indiana doing things. And then you're home against USC, and then you're at Penn State.
Yeah, the schedule's tougher than you thought it was.
What are those 5 games? Because I think they're maybe 1-4.
If this doesn't change, it's 1-4. If this is the way you're going to play and you're never going to pull your head out of your ass.
I don't know where the 1 is, but I'm just giving you 1-4.
Yeah, maybe it's Michigan, maybe it's Indiana. I mean, Michigan literally can't throw a forward pass. Iowa's
Indiana
offense sucks.
Good.
Indiana looks good, but yeah, I think to the point, I think Husky fan thought at the start of the year our schedule is manageable. And now you look at it, and it's a bit of a gauntlet over the next month and a half.
Could Rutgers spoil the Big Ten championship party?
Go look at their conference schedule.
No,
not happening.
In the Big Ten?
They don't play Ohio State, Michigan, or Oregon.
Yeah.
Or Penn State.
But they play at Nebraska this weekend.
They do. If they win that game, though,
their toughest game left, I think, is Illinois.
USC on the road.
USC at the road.
USC on the road.
And
yeah, they got too many games. Like, I'm not going to pretend that they've been blowing people out.
No,
They've got some
I
toss-ups
understand
on
that.
the
They had
schedule.
sub 300 total yards of offense in that game.
Get out of here. Rutgers is not going to the Big Ten title game.
Running all over people.
They duck arguably the top 4 in the conference.
If they win this weekend,
I don't know how
it will be a
tiebreakers-
talking point.
But how do the tiebreakers in that conference
It
work?
goes by conference record first.
Yeah.
If they run
okay,
the
but
table,
if they only you think they're going to run the table? Would
they
you bet
got
on
the
it?
easiest schedule.
Would you bet on
There's
it?
no chance in hell they run the table.
Okay,
no
thank you.
chance.
Thank you.
They could go into the Big Ten title game with 1 or 2 losses, and that's where it gets interesting.
But if Oregon has 1 loss and Penn State has 1 loss and Rutgers has 1 loss,
I'd have to go look at
how do you
they
solve
have a
all that?
tiebreaker scenario. It's basically head-to-head record of teams you combined played. And then it goes from there. There's like a 5-step
I can't
thing.
wait to yell about that.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be a thing. That's the whole problem with getting rid of divisions, which is unquestionably the right move. But then you do this, where not everybody plays everybody.
Yeah.
You don't have a clear cut number 1 and number 2, and so good luck figuring it out.
Is 4 and 8? That's gonna be
a disaster.
problematic.
That was a disastrous loss.
Yeah.
That was an embarrassing, disastrous loss on Friday
I
night.
thought they lose. I didn't think they'd lose by being the better team.
No, they were clearly the better team, and they lost, and that's a problem. And now you play Michigan on Saturday. Well, more on that game throughout the course of the week. We got a whole. We're overwhelmed, man. Let's get to some NFL stuff. Are the Vikings the best team in the NFL? Next on The Fan.
Who's stinking it up?
Do not go in there.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up, a sports lowlight that's ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
Start worrying about your status.
My status?
Yeah, after an 0-4 start.
I mean, no. I mean, it's kind of a strange question, but okay.
I mean, it's a strange question in the nobody wants to ask it, but Doug Peterson, you're 0-4. Your owner said this is the most talented team ever. You blew that lead late to the Texans. Jags are 0-4.
At least they covered the spread. They tried to go pitchy woo-woo on that last drive, and I damn near crapped my pants when they were throwing that ball around the 4-yard line. Don't let
Just in case it bounced
Don't let
in.
something stupid happen. So thanks for covering, but he's done. He's toast, and this is where Sprague was right take.
Who's stinking it up? Doug Peterson in Jacksonville, 0-4 this year. Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Make your home services delightful. Let the pros tackle the projects that you need completed. Schedule an appointment online. Three Mountains Home Services. That's threemountainshomservices.com.
jokes you want to hear.
What's the pressure? Don't sit here and act like there's no... We get nervous teeing off in front of a gallery on the 10th hole at Eastmoreland.
Crunch Time, brought to you by Crunch Fitness, with memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch Time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com.
Hey, Crunch Time, brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 a month. Find your Crunch Time in Portland, Vancouver, online at crunch.com. Sad news in the country music world yesterday. Chris Christopherson passed away yesterday. Old-time country guy, for those who enjoy the genre. And we just got a bit of really bad news out of the NBA. Just came across the wire.
They say they go in threes. This is
Who's next?
Christopherson yesterday, and
Dikembe Mutombo just died.
Shocking.
He had brain cancer.
Yeah, and maybe I just don't remember that, or I don't know if they made that public.
I don't remember that. I feel like that's a headline we would have remembered. Maybe this is one where they just he's been battling it, but did not ever reveal anything publicly.
It's a massive loss for the sport of basketball. What he obviously was as a player at Georgetown, for the Nuggets, for the Hawks, for the Sixers. He helped them get to the finals.
Yeah.
It's just a massive loss. The underrated part of him, aside from his, wagging the finger, and he had great commercials post-career that you said it, like he's iconic for that commercial.
His Geico commercials were so good.
He meant a lot internationally to the game. In fact, he helped tremendously for the Republic of Congo and being an ambassador for basketball and helping grow the sport. And that's a devastating loss for the sport of the NBA. And it's just sad because we grew up watching him. Swag everybody's listening, watched Mutombo play, knew how awesome he was when he played.
Well, the indelible image of him
holding the ball
after the comeback from 0-2 against the Sonics, and
I was going to ask you that. So Sprague and I are in agreement here because his Nugget tenure was a little bit early for us, but I remember those highlights. Obviously,
I didn't get to watch him at Georgetown in terms of memory, so I knew
he was amazing at Georgetown.
Nugget from 92 to 96. So do you remember him more as a Nugget or a Hawk?
Nugget,
yeah.
See,
that's
I'm
what
a Hawk.
I was living in Seattle just after college
and that was a 1-8 upset.
It
right?
was the first 8 to beat a 1. Yeah. And they came back from 0-2 down, and this was the 94. So obviously the Sonics were in their heyday before they got to the finals in 96.
Yeah, they were a steamrolling engine that year that they lost to the Nuggets.
And it looked like they were just going to handle that, and they were planning trips to the finals, and what they did was amazing.
See, he was just on the outside of the prime for the Sixers stuff, but he was still really good for them with Iverson. But I remember the Hawks because for me it was always a Stuart Scott, him blocking shots, and then Mookie.
Yeah,
Mookie Blaylock
that's
right. 3.
That's right.
That's how I remember the Atlanta Hawks with Dikembe. So. Just devastating, man. Till 58, and
that's so young, and to have it happen just kind of out of nowhere. One of my favorite, I'll never forget when I was really into cards when I was a kid, and it's been fun watching my nephew kind of get into it too. One of my favorite trading cards I ever had when I was a kid, there was like a cartoon almost version, like a drawing version card of him where he was basically like hooping out in the middle of Africa, and there was like the Serengeti around him. And I remember getting that when I was a kid, and I thought that was the coolest thing. It was immediately into hard plastic. Some of the numbers on his career: 4-time Defensive Player of the Year. How many guys have had more than 4? That's a pretty limited list.
Pretty short list.
Yeah, they went 4-time Depoy.
I think Gobert just got his 4th this year.
Wasn't there one other guy back in the day?
MJ didn't do it.
MJ got one.
Yeah,
and he was gifted that. By the way,
I can't remember how many Mark Eaton had.
Okay, I can go look that up.
He had multiple when he was one-man zone for the Jazz back in the day.
I mean, are we talking best defensive big of all time?
Oh, I mean, I think
it's
tough
hard
to
to
do.
say because they didn't necessarily do this with Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain. But
4 players. Can you name them? I got the list right here.
So I know Gobert we mentioned.
Bam.
And obviously Mutombo.
Bam. There's a fairly obvious one that we're forgetting.
How many did Ben Wallace get?
Ben Wallace, yeah.
Bam.
Okay. Who else? Is that it? Or is there one more?
It says, D. Howard.
Dwight Howard?
Dwight Howard.
Has 4 Depoys? Really? Wow. I don't remember that.
Wait. Oh
no.
Well, this Google thing says 4, and then it only lists the 3. Oh, Dwight won 3 in a row.
Oh, 3 in a row.
He's the only player to win 3 in a row.
Gotcha. Okay, but he did not get to the 4. So 4-time Depoy, 8-time All-Star, 3-time All-NBA, 6-time All-Defense, 2nd all-time in block shots in NBA history. and third all-time in blocks per game. So, I mean, he had years. You go look at his basketball reference page, man. Years where, like, from 94 to 97, the end of the Denver run, one of those upset years, he did win a depoy. He's averaging over 4 blocks a game. It's just an insane number.
And an iconic celebration of a block shot. Nobody else did that.
The finger wag, man. That's you'll never forget the finger wag from Mutombo. So,
we should pull the drop from his commercial.
He blocks the cereal from going into the
blocked
cart.
a lady's laundry out of the washing machine.
God, it's one of the best commercials of all time, man.
R.I.P., man. That's super sad.
We got sidetracked there. I know it's a football Monday, but Mutombo was the best. So R.I.P. to Mutombo. That just came across the wire. Dikembe Mutombo's passed away at the age of 58.
By the way, the Huskies are 3-point favorites against Michigan.
If I made you, I'm not touching that game.
Fishy line.
If I made you gamble that game right now on a Monday, where would you gamble that game?
If you made me gamble,
I'm making you gamble that game.
I feel like I'm going to find out.
I'm going to give you $50. You got to go bet the side. Which side are you betting?
I'm taking.
If I get 3,
I'm taking
or
Michigan
more,
plus 3.
I'll take Michigan.
Take the points.
Yeah, take the points.
If it drops to 2.5,
literally can't throw the ball.
No, you know, Rodgers had like 30 passing yards up until a certain point in the second half. He wasn't doing much.
only threw it for like $1.15.
Yeah, our guy Kalikmakis, man. That segment on Friday paid off. That guy was balling on Friday. He had like 12 completions for 102 yards.
That Rutger running back, man.
Manungai.
Jr.,
Manungai's the real deal.
Manungai's a good back, yeah. Good luck.
Where would you?
Probably Michigan,
It
but they
smells
can't
weird,
throw the ball.
I know.
And it's in Seattle.
I know.
They should have lost. Side note that we won't get to today. They should have lost to Minnesota.
They should have.
They had the same commissioner call that happened in the Virginia Tech Miami game. They threw a flag on an onside kick.
But I'm going to go with the team that's a little less undisciplined.
Fair. If you're arguing against Huskies,
just
that's fair.
like the Huskies touchdown late, they're going to win the game. Oh, no, holding.
Yeah,
Number 78, offense. Oh, no, now Grady Gross comes out to tie it. Field goal blocked. There you go.
I didn't get to my Viking segment. We'll get to our Viking segment.
Let's do it.
Next. Are they the best team in the NFL? Are the Commies the best team in the NFC? What do we know about the NFL 4 weeks in? We'll dive into it. Final hour. Don't go anywhere. Sprague on 1080 The Fan.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys you can put your trust in. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on The Fan, it was a late into Saturday night that Oregon dominated UCLA at the Rose Bowl 34-13, a win that's bumped them up 2 slots in this week's AP Top 25 college football poll to 6th. A third different team grabs the number 1 spot. Alabama atop the poll after beating Georgia 41-34. Bulldogs slide to 5th. Texas down to 2. Ohio State stays 3rd. Tennessee 4th. USC moves up to 11 after a win over Wisconsin. Utah's loss to Arizona drops them to 18th. And Boise State's now 21st after beating Wazoo. Seahawks trying to join the Chiefs and Vikings at 4-0. They close out week 4 of the NFL slate in Detroit for a 5:15 kick against the Lions. You'll hear it right here on The Fan. Pre-game coverage starts at 3 following Danny and Dusty. Seattle's a 4-point favorite. Another Monday night doubleheader at 4:30 on ESPN. It's the Dolphins turning to Tyler Huntley at quarterback due to injuries, facing the 0-3 Tennessee Titans. Miami a 2.5-point favorite. A doubleheader between the Braves and Mets will decide the last 2 playoff berths in the National League. These games were postponed last week due to Hurricane Helene. If it's a sweep, the winner is in, the loser's out, and the Diamondbacks get in. If the 2 teams split both games today, they will both make the playoffs. Doubleheader starts at 10 a.m. on ESPN2. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand at the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Got a smart speaker? It's The Fan in your office and every room of your home. Tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
I'd like to say something.
This is Dirt and Sprague.
Back in 82, I used to be able to throw a pigskin a quarter mile.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
With Andy Dirt Johnson and Brendan Sprague.
God, there was one week when you wore sweatpants every day.
Oh, you know what? If they were Sean John sweatpants, it would have been fine. But because they're Costco brand, it's like the worst thing I could do.
Dirt and Sprague on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, let's do this. Final hour. Dirt and Sprague here on Portland Sports Leader 1080 The Fan. 99.5 HD2, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning to everybody. Hope your weekends were great.
Deep down, I'm fat.
I got distracted by Dikembe Mutombo, and I forgot Brady Henderson. We got to call Brady. Brady Henderson's in Detroit. We got Monday Night Football tonight.
Shut up about Dikembe. We can get to Brady, who's in Detroit, man.
Stop talking over there, man. Happens from time to time. We get sidetracked. By the way, the third in our big 3, I forgot Maggie Smith passed away. Was that Thursday?
That was Thursday or Friday. Yeah, that's quite the Maggie Smith, Chris Christopherson, and Dikembe Mutombo.
That's a big 3 right there.
A lot of defense.
Yeah. Internationally known. A lot of respect in different industries and communities for all 3 of them. So there you go. There's your big 3. Very sad news. Seattle plays tonight. We are awaiting the result of tonight's game for a show-winning record on Spraguing the Line.
We'll see what happens.
We got a couple of 2-1s already in the books, and you got the Seahawks tonight on Monday Night Football.
I do, plus 3.5.
Plus the 3.5. Yep. Joining us now is our good friend Brady Henderson, covering the Seahawks for ESPN on Twitter at Brady Henderson. Brady, good morning to you. Where does Detroit rank in terms of cities you get to go visit and go to?
Well, it's not my favorite. Yeah, I'll be honest. Now, the downtown Detroit area is cool. There's Greektown is a fun part of town. If you like to play blackjack, like I do every now and again, there's a casino right downtown. So they've got some cool restaurants down there. So I'm actually not staying in Detroit. I'm staying out in some suburb of Detroit that's a lot further away from the city than I realized. So last night I went to Yard House with my buddy on the beat, Bob Condota, who covers the team from Seattle Times, and that was about it. Not a whole lot to do out in the burbs.
Now, we got to make sure we ask for security purposes. You're not staying at Dan Campbell's new house, right?
Oh,
you didn't dox Dan Campbell and show up to his house, right?
I did not. That was disappointing hearing that. Like the guy who was made Detroit a winner for the first time in a long time, that he would have to move his family because he was getting some grief from fans after losses. That was pretty weird.
It's ridiculous. It's the ugly part of sports. Speaking of coaches that are in the good graces of fans, Mike McDonald is in the good graces right now. The Seahawks undefeated. Big game for them. They've seemingly always played really wild and fun games against the Lions the last few years. So I'm anxious to see how this goes tonight. You wrote a great piece on McDonald for ESPN.com last week, and I had some takeaways. From somebody who's writing its perspective, You know that it's the same in some ways, the style, what the coach values with what Pete Carroll hadn't valued. But what stuck out to you of being the most different or eye-opening, seeing what he was changing or forming out of from Pete Carroll?
Yeah, it's really the leadership style. And, you get kind of some sense of that just from hearing McDonald and how he comes off in press conferences. And he's compared to Carroll, he's, a man of few words, and he's just very direct. And that really plays out in his leadership style as well. And as we all know, Pete Carroll, he would kind of give his players a lot of rope, and he believed that the way to get the most out of his players was to empower them and to let them be themselves. And he would let them kind of go, up to a point, and then he would, kind of rein them in up to that point. And, that worked. I think it obviously worked well enough for him to be the best coach in franchise history. And a lot of players that really thrived in Seattle might not have thrived elsewhere because they would have been, I think, a lot more restricted in how they could behave and how they could express themselves. And, it worked very well in Seattle, but there was an obvious downside to that. And, the Seahawks people that I talked to, and I think everybody in the building, has so much respect for Pete Carroll that, they weren't really saying this out loud, but the subtext, I think, in a lot of their comments and what I really picked up on is the Seahawks felt like they wanted, or at least this was very appealing to them as they were interviewing candidates, somebody with a different leadership style and somebody who would run a tighter ship. And that's exactly what McDonald does. And I've seen him do things and say things at practice to players that I had never in 14 years heard Pete Carroll say. And when I say that, I don't want people to picture like the barracks scene from Full Metal Jacket where he's not going full drill sergeant on anybody, but he's getting on players and he's coaching them hard and he's coming down on them when he needs to. And I really think that, a lot of those guys that do that, that's the approach they more so take with younger players. And I think as guys get older and more established in the league, those conversations are different. So I don't think he is, calling DK Metcalf into his office and swearing at him and yelling at him. But he's doing that with younger players, and he's really trying to send a message that, hey, there's a standard that they're going to try to have to uphold in Seattle if they're going to want to stick around. And so I think he's demanding of everybody, but some of those really hard conversations, I think those are more so happening with younger players. And that was, you'll probably notice that if you read the story, that the two kind of incidents that I heard about, the one that I witnessed and then the other one that I heard about, those were young players where he was really, I would say he was coaching them hard, and it's just a very different style of communication and of leadership than what these players are used to from Pete Carroll.
Interesting. We're talking with Brady Henderson, covers the Seahawks for ESPN. You can follow him on Twitter at Brady Henderson, and they are in Detroit in Monday Night Football tonight, a game that will be a standalone game because nobody wants to watch Titans and Dolphins, and a game you can hear right here on The Fan later on this evening. Are you surprised at how well Geno Smith is playing this year?
Not really, no. I mean, he's. I think that in the one sense is that I am somewhat surprised is he's really overcoming a bad offensive line, and that was a challenge for him the last year. And I think there's people in the building, or at least people who were with the team last year, who would tell you that a big reason for Geno's struggles last year were the fact that he was handcuffed behind a pretty bad offensive line, and so this is sort of what Geno is. I mean, he's going to be pretty good, like really good in some moments. He's going to be pretty good in a lot of moments. And there's going to be some of those mistakes that you just got to live with because he's not Patrick Mahomes. I think he's better than a lot of people give him credit for. But, I don't know that he's one of those elite guys who's going to carry your team when there's a lot going on around you. He's going to need some help. And, he's gotten, I think, barely enough help. With some struggles in the run game, with Ken Walker being gone, with obviously an offensive line that was already very deficient in just with the personnel, and that they've taken even more of a hit with some injuries there. And so I think Geno is, easily a top half quarterback in the NFL, an above average starter, from 1 to 32. But, if you're not Patrick Mahomes and you're not Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, maybe Joe Burrow, you're going to have a hard time overcoming some difficult challenges around you, like the offensive line. And I think he's done as well as you could reasonably expect him to do in that regard.
And kind of a two-parter for you on two players. What what changes for them? Kenneth Walker is coming back. At least Mike McDonald made it seem that way a couple days ago. So Kenneth Walker back in the backfield for Seattle. And Jackson Smith and Jigba. A lot of hype coming out of the draft last year, and maybe didn't live up to what some people thought he would be year one, but what have you made of his second season and what he has become for Seattle's offense?
Yeah, well, it's kind of been a game-by-game proposition with him. Like in the opener, didn't do a whole lot, and then I think the game plan in New England really favored him a lot more because that's when they were playing a full game for the first time without George Fant, who went down in the opener. So I think the ball had to come out a lot quicker, and it was really a lot of underneath stuff. And I think that's a big reason why he had the most productive game of his career. So I don't think his 2000, his rookie season was all that disappointing or surprising. That's sort of what I figured it would look like. I figured it would look kind of a lot like Tyler Lockett's rookie season in 2015, just because he was like Smith and Jigba was last year. He's the third guy in a good receiver core, and I think this receiver core is better than it was 9 years ago. And so when you're that third guy and you're a rookie, it's going to be hard to come in and get 1,000 yards and 8 or 9 touchdowns. So I thought his production last season was good, but I think you're going to see him take a step this year. And you certainly saw the potential in that game against New England a couple weeks ago when he had over 100 yards, 10 catches, something like that. He's not just a short area, move the chain slot guy. I think you've seen him late last year. He really showed them that he can be an outside guy, and he's not a burner, but he can get open. Remember that Monday night game against Philadelphia that Drew Lock started? I mean, he won that game for them with a go route from from outside the numbers. And so that's, I think, an area where you could see him make more of an impact. But he's a guy who can do a lot of good things as a receiver, but he's not just that short area, move the chain slot guy.
Yeah, great stuff. Brady Henderson covering the Seahawks for ESPN. He's one of our favorites. Monday Night Football tonight. They are in Detroit. Go give him a follow on Twitter at Brady Henderson. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Enjoy the suburbs as much as you can. Enjoy the game. He seemed to be wonky, good back and forth games, and Seattle's got a nice streak going against the Lions, and hopefully we can do this again soon. Thanks, man.
You got it, guys. Thanks for having me.
There you go. Brady Henderson of ESPN.
Kenneth Walker is a beast, though.
He is a beast, and he is back, and he is healthy.
Two-part player questions, probably not a good idea.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. But I'm excited about that game tonight. We'll talk a little bit more about it coming up at the end of the show.
They always play exciting football games.
It's always
Detroit,
a good game,
Seattle.
I feel like. And I think, what's the number? They've won 6 or 7 in a row against the Lions, something like that.
Including a couple times where it's felt like, oh, Detroit's going to win this game, and then Seattle comes in and just electrifies them.
I feel like the last 5 times they played them, it's been in Detroit, too. It's one of those weird matchups right now. I feel like it's always there and never in Seattle, but I know I'm misremembering that a little bit probably. So we'll have more on that coming up at the end of the show. Let's dive into the NFL weekend. Are the Vikings the best team in the NFL? Are we buying the commies as playoff? Like, are the commies legit? What do we make of it? We'll start diving into the NFL weekend next on The Fan.
It's time for a sports injury report. The injuries and rehab that impact the success of sports teams.
Why?
Brought to you by Rock Orthopedic.
I thought Rasheed really made a good play. I was trying to tackle the guy and obviously rolled up on him. But if I just don't turn the ball over, that never happens. So you just got to try to get better at that.
There's Mahomie talking about the Rashee Rice injury where he was the one that tore his ACL because he threw a pick and then they were trying to make the tackle and his helmet ran into Rice's knee. And a team that needs wide receivers, that was a tough injury, but they won without one last year.
Yeah,
so.
Smith-Schuster's probably going to have to step up the production now. Kelsey started to come on a little bit yesterday. I mean, this is a team that clearly has flaws, and we can't say anything because they win every game. Yep. He's like undefeated when he's down 10 points. Herbert's smashing helmets into benches. They just never lose, and now they're going to be carried by their defense.
Cockroaches. Sports Injury Report presented by Rock Orthopedic Board certified specialists who diagnose and treat the widest range of orthopedic cases with care and expertise. To schedule an appointment with Dr. David Huberty, visit rocpdx.com.
This is Third and Sprague on 1080 The Fan.
All right, pressing questions out of Week 4 of the NFL slate.
Well, questions that actually cannot be answered.
Oh, we're answering them today.
With confidence.
Emphatically answering them.
Well, I'm on one team, and I'm not in on another team.
Oh, okay. I can't wait to find this out. Are the Minnesota Vikings the best team in the NFC?
No.
No. Who's the best team in the NFC?
They don't have one yet.
Okay. Who's the best team right now in the NFC?
Technically, by record, the Minnesota Vikings.
What's your hatred towards the Vikings, man? What did they ever do to you?
I don't.
Why are you so anti-Viking over there?
One, I don't want to be wrong on a
Sammy Darnold take. Is the Sammy Darnold take upsetting you right now?
No, it's not upsetting
3
me.
3 tutties, 275, shredding Jordan Love.
You know what lost Green Bay that game yesterday?
What did?
Wasn't the Minnesota defense that was stout most of the way?
It was till they had a bit of a Bama-Georgia problem.
Well, yeah.
It was 28-0 in the first half.
Minnesota's offense kind of went quiet there for a minute.
It disappeared.
It was when Jordan Love showed up with a Brett Favre jersey on. That was the minute they were going to get scammed out of a win.
He was going to throw 3 picks
Yes.
in Brett Favre fashion.
Yes.
And they were going to lose the game.
That's exactly what happened.
To Brett Favre's former team, the Minnesota Vikings.
Look, you wear the jersey of a stolen welfare queen, bad things are going to happen to you. Duly noted that, Jordan Love. They're good. Their defense is outstanding. Kevin O'Connell is not easily. He's definitely in the running for front-running coach of the year. I think he won it 2-3 years ago, so he's going to win it again.
Yeah.
Because every coach that has a good record wins coach of the year, except Kyle Shanahan. He's the only one that can't get the award because his team's too good.
He can't get one.
Minnesota by record is. I think they're legit, actually. I'm to that point. I'm not ready to say they're the best in the NFC. Are they better than Tampa?
You're damn right they are.
Are they better than
They're
the
not
Niners?
out here losing to Bo Nix, and they already beat the Niners head-to-head.
Yeah.
They got the win.
Okay.
Doesn't it matter? Come on.
The regular season,
It is
does.
funny, though, how long it takes us to kind of get there mentally.
Niners dominated the Rams every time, and then they met in the playoffs. And what happened? The Rams beat them.
They did. They lost in the NFC title game because they couldn't catch an interception. They have, when you look to, like, sometimes, like, Seattle's this way kind of for me tonight. Seattle going into the game is undefeated. They're one of the...
Seattle's a good team, too.
Are they the only other undefeated team left? Them in Minnesota?
In the NFC?
And Kansas City.
Anybody else
in
the NFC,
In the NFC, though, yeah. It's only those two.
Yes.
But when you compare who they beat, and you're like, all right, Seattle went to overtime with New England. Bo Nix took you to the wire in week 1.
It was also his first game.
It was first game. Like, there's some of that of, like, you're undefeated. Seattle's a good, decent team, but I haven't believed it yet because they haven't really beaten anybody.
Sure.
That will change tonight. That's the irony about Minnesota is they've rattled off 3 in a row. The Giants game, whatever. The Giants are terrible. You blow them out in week 1. 3 straight weeks where they beat the Niners.
Yep.
Took the Texans behind the woodshed,
Yes.
and the Texans were a up-and-coming AFC favorite for everybody. And then this game did have a bit of the Georgia. This was 28-0 in Lambeau in the first half.
Yeah.
28-0.
Yeah.
Next couple weeks they get the Jets in London, and then you play the Lions in a big NFC North showdown. Like, it's just funny that I'm with you. Like, it's an overreaction take for everybody. Them being 4-0 is a bit shocking, primarily though because of who they've played. And if you told me at the start of the year they're 4-0, I wouldn't have believed you.
No, I can't answer the question if they're the best in the NFC. By record, they're in it, but I don't know how confident you are in saying it. And it's September.
Yeah, it's early.
I think that's the tough thing. What are they going to be this weekend? Are they going to lose to the Jets in London? I wouldn't be shocked if that happened.
I mean, but even if they do, I don't think I'm discounting them quite yet.
No, I'm
depending
not
on how the
either.
game goes.
I think they're a legitimate playoff team, and I thought they'd be the worst team in that division.
Yeah.
That is for the Bears.
The Bears are definitely that team.
They somehow won this weekend. The Rams are terrible. Matt Stafford's the worst fantasy quarterback to have. Yeah. I have him. That being said, what they're doing is really impressive. And Sam Darnold, you give him a ton of credit for this. Justin Jefferson's been a monster every single week. And Brian Flores has schemed a living hell out of these offenses with what he's doing defensively. The other team in the NFC that's making noise right now, and they deserve all of the credit and the flowers and the talk, I'm not buying them.
The commies? You out on the commies?
I'm not out. I'm just not buying what they're being talked about. People are putting them in an NFC conversation of, like, legitimately winning the conference. They won yesterday.
42-14
They
over
almost
Arizona.
hit the over by themselves.
So the over-under was, 50 in that game?
It got to 48.5 locally, which scared the living hell out of me because I had it at 50 on Spring Line.
And then Arizona couldn't score, and you're like, oh, okay, makes sense.
But, I mean, are you going to keep going every game where you punt once? Their defense is terrible, by the way. I know they only allowed 14 points, but I feel like what Washington's doing is a little smoke and mirrors with a mix of a good start from a young quarterback. Whereas Minnesota, to me, feels a little more legit, even if I'm still questioning.
As a contender, as like
Yes.
a playoff contender.
Yes.
Yeah, I tend to. They just feel like a more complete team, and I know that was a really impressive win.
But Washington's in the worst
Washington.
division.
They are. Like, if you
They
had to,
could win that division.
Yes.
if I'm making you gamble right now on the NFC East champ, who do you gamble on?
I would.
Unconfidently, the Eagles.
yeah.
I think I'd go Washington. I think their schedule. They have an easier schedule. too.
Dallas's defense is blah.
Right when you thought Philly's like, okay, they went on the road and beat New Orleans. Here comes Philly. They go down to Tampa and just get. I mean, they were
smoked.
dominated this
Smoked out of that
weekend.
game, yeah.
That was and that's a team that dominated you they ended your year last year. There should be a little extra animosity and emotion going into it, and they got boat raced in that
Hurts
game.
was awful in that game.
Terrible.
And by the way, Dallas has lost Lawrence and Parsons on the defensive line,
Yeah.
and they already weren't that good of a defense. And Dallas just obviously has the look of like a 7-10, 8-9 type of
Washington
season.
gets to host Cleveland this coming Sunday.
But see, this is why the NFL. This is why, like, you come back and you're like, "Oh, is this team going to go to the Super Bowl?"
I don't know.
Watch them lose to the Browns this week, and you think that's such a sure thing. You don't know anything.
We know
I
nothing.
loved the Raiders all week last week, and then I saw the injury report, and I said, "Well, no way." And then they won.
Yeah, they dominated that game too.
You know what I know about the NFL? You don't know anything. You refuse to gamble on it.
We know nothing.
You know
Jon Snow.
nothing, and I know nothing.
I put money on my Sprague in the line, and I hit the over.
Oh, on your one pick?
He got
Good
his
job
one
on
pick.
your one
Yeah,
pick.
he got his one pick.
Good
right.
job on your one pick.
I know everything about the league, man. I'm all dialed in. I was 2-1 this weekend. I'm back, baby.
Oh, you know everything about the league.
No, I'm
'cause
ready.
you're
It's gonna be a
2-1.
3-0 weekend this week, man. We're trending in the right direction. I got it all figured out now. Just took me a month. Now I got it all figured out.
The Washington one, as much as like Minnesota is being undefeated and beating who they've beaten, the Washington one, wow,
shocking.
Who saw that coming?
Genuinely shocking.
He's 82%. He's got the best
Yeah.
completion percent. I'm ruining an NFL factoid for tomorrow.
You are.
He's got the best completion percentage in the first 4 games of a season of any quarterback ever. Not rookie, any. 07 Brady, get out of here.
Wild.
He's 82%.
Absolutely wild.
He looks like a 10-year veteran.
He does. He's running all over people. The offense is great. A week after who's it, Britt in Cincinnati said, oh, yeah, they run a nice little college offense. Now they haven't punted in 2 games. So maybe we stop talking trash, and maybe I need to stop making fun of Cliff Kingsbury because they look unstoppable right now.
I'm not ready to stop making fun of Cliff Kingsbury. He'll Cliff Kingsbury at some point. But I'm like
happen.
watching this kid, and as much as I make fun of you and Swag of knowing nothing, none of us know anything. I also have to tell you, I watched him play. I've watched all of his games, had him on my quad box. When does he get bad? He just looks like he knows when to escape the pocket. His footwork's good.
Yeah.
He's making throws in weird platform positions. Like he legitimately looks like a 10-year veteran.
They have a reliable running back to keep it balanced.
They've got targets.
Yeah.
I mean, McCaffrey's little brother is a real threat now.
It's coming on.
McLaurin's a beast. My God.
Here come the commies.
Maybe the commies are going to
Zach
win the Super
Ertz
Bowl.
might have
Maybe.
been one of the best under-the-radar pickups, a veteran guy who
Unbelievable.
Now they just got to get rid of their stupid name. If they're going to make the playoffs again and be relevant,
Well,
and
now's the
Daniels is
time.
the guy, you
They
have
go
to
to the-
change your name.
What was it? The Red Tails?
Red Tails, Red
Yeah.
Hogs, anything, man.
Do the
there's
Red Hogs.
A million different names. that
Red
would have been
Tails
better
would be
than
a very
commies.
respectful name to do.
I think
for
Red
sure.
Tails would be.
Commies are terrible. The team's not. The name is. How long until Robert Saleh's fired in New York because Aaron Rodgers is their GM and their owner, and
If they
they're
go to
beefing,
London
and they
and
lost
get-
to Bo Nix.
If they go to London and get boat raced by the Vikings,
Yeah, if the Vikings do this again.
Bo Nix was 12. He broke NFL records this weekend.
Oh yeah.
Nobody's ever had that many completions for that few yards and won a game. It's never happened in the history of the NFL. He was 12 of 25 for 60 yards. He did throw a tutty. Did have a tutty. How you lose that game is all-time embarrassing, especially right when you're looking at the Jets, to your point about knowing nothing, and you say, okay, you get boat raced by the 49ers in week 1. Understandable. Rodgers' first game, whatever. Not going to write you off. Eke out a win against Tennessee. Probably should have lost, but Mayo Boy made some dumb plays. Okay, you got into the win column. And then you did what you were supposed to do against New England on Thursday night. You're like, hey, Rodgers kind of looks the part. Are they figuring things out? Here come the Jets. You lose to the Broncos in 60 passing yards.
Commies are third best odds to win the NFC East. By the way, if you like them to win that division, you can
I'm
get
placing that bet
It's
just
over
out
3
of
to 1.
I just have to.
It's over 3 to 1.
Out of the law of respect for what he's
Yeah.
doing, I have to go place that bet.
When does he get fired? I mean, if you do get raced by the Vikings this weekend, I think it's fair to start wondering aloud. And here's the other part. One, it's the fewest passing yards for a winning quarterback since 07. Eli Manning.
Hall of Famer. So you're telling me Bo's going to the Hall of Fame? Is that what you're telling me?
He shouldn't be a first ballot. That should be on the record. He shouldn't be in, but his last name's going to get him in. Now, the Jets. You can say, it wasn't Rodgers, Sprague. Excuse me. Who picked the offensive coordinator?
Yeah.
Who swears by the guy?
Yeah.
Hackett is terrible.
It was a Zach Wilson revenge game this weekend.
I don't know.
After the Vikings, they got Buffalo at home, at
Oof.
the Steelers, at the Patriots, Texans at home. And then they get a bye.
Yeah. And could you see him losing at New England? Because I wouldn't be shocked at this point.
I mean, that was a torrential downpour game. Like, it was pouring the entire game, so it's going to be hard to throw the football. Their inability to run it is, I mean, that's
Brees Hall
an
has been
issue.
one of the more disappointing players to start the season.
The rookie from Wisconsin.
Braylon Allen's the best back.
better player, yeah.
Brees Hall yesterday had 10 carries for 4 yards. He didn't have a carry longer than 3 yards. And Denver's got a good defense. Give him credit there. That's a really good defense.
Well, also, Garrett Wilson, I mean, I kept hearing he's a great number one.
Yeah.
I kept hearing all these things about this is why I bet against the Jets to make the playoffs. The Jets are always going to jet.
They had the thing after the game, too, where it was a cadence thing where Saleh saying we need to change up our cadence because we kept having guys jump off sides. And then Rodgers said, or we could just hold guys accountable. And it's like, oh, this is going great.
Everything about the Jets, and it's largely him. It's Rodgers. The personality, the diva, the holier than thou, I'm the smartest guy in the room stuff. Like, Saleh's going to get fired if they keep sucking. There's no doubt about that. But he's just not a good leader to me. I have been out on Rodgers for a couple years now, and I can't really trust it. You just watch his leadership style. It's the passive-aggressive, going at the coach, and it's everybody else's fault. I don't know.
Yeah.
They're a weird team, man.
That was a bad loss.
How do you lose to the Broncos like that?
You know what Bo knows? Bo knows how to win, baby. That's what Bo does.
Backwards
Bo, just getting dubs out here. No big deal. Eating that W. Let's get to a couple other NFL notes. We'll wrap up with Monday Night Football tonight. Does Seattle get a win in Detroit? Lots still to get to. Back after this on The Fan.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on The Fan, with the Ducks dominating 34-13 win at UCLA Saturday night. Oregon is up to 6th in the newest AP Top 25 college football poll, which sees a third different team grab the number one spot this season. Alabama atop the poll after beating Georgia 41-34. Bulldogs dropped to 5th. Texas now 2nd. Ohio State 3rd. Tennessee 4th. Seahawks trying to join the Chiefs and Vikings as the only 4-0 teams in the NFL. They close out week 4 of the season in Detroit tonight. 5:15 kick against the Lions right here on The Fan. Our pregame coverage starts at 3 following Danny and Dusty. Seattle 4-point underdogs on the road. First half of the Monday night doubleheader at 4:30 on ESPN in Miami. Dolphins having to turn to Tyler Huntley at quarterback due to injuries, facing the 0-3 Tennessee Titans. Dolphins 2.5-point favorites. A doubleheader between the Braves and Mets the day after the end of the regular season will decide the last 2 playoff berths in the National League. These games were postponed last week due to Hurricane Helene. If they split the 2 games, both teams make the playoffs. If one team sweeps, the loser is out, and the Diamondbacks will get the 6th spot. Doubleheader begins at 10 a.m. on ESPN2. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand at the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Got a smart speaker? It's The Fan in your office.
popular belief. You know what, yo?
This is Dirt and Sprague on 1080 The Fan.
We got Jacob chiming in. 35 minutes behind right now because of an AM meeting, but I can confirm the Vikings are the kings of the NFC right now. You're damn right they are.
Hey, undefeated, man.
Undefeated, 4-0, beating good teams too. And Jordan Love was back in that game.
Would you be willing to say they're the best team in the NFC, or would you do they're the best team in the NFC right now?
I'm going to go look at, maybe I can. What are their odds to win the NFC right now? Have they shot up like crazy, or are they still kind of
7-1?
7-1?
There's like 4 other teams to win the NFC
that are ahead of them?
Yeah.
Then I would place a bet on that. I think there's good value there then still. That's always the fear if you catch on when a team's hot.
Would you like to know those teams?
I would like to. Let me guess them.
It's 2 other teams right now.
In the NFC have better odds?
Yeah.
The Niners have to be one of them.
Niners are, and they beat them.
And they beat them head-to-head.
Who is it?
Lions?
Yes. Oh, my.
Still the Lions?
It's the Lions.
Yeah. So then they have the third best odds.
They're tied with the Eagles at
Eagles in
DraftKings.
some sports books.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, who are you trusting more right now, Philly or Minnesota? It's not even close. Philly's got questions at quarterback. I don't know about their head coach.
I mean,
they just got bludgeoned by the Bucs.
The Commanders right now plus 2,000.
The coaching
to win
advantage
the NFC.
certainly is in Minnesota's favor.
I think they have
I'm
an awesome
granting you
head
that.
coach, man.
But I think the one thing that still leaves me a little like iffy is how many games until I feel like Sam Darnold is Geno? How many games until I think Sam Darnold is Jared Goff? Where I'm buying that this is a legitimate turnaround and not a coach putting him in the right spot with the best receiver, a good running back, a decent offensive line. Like, what's that point for me mentally? Because I don't think I'm there yet.
Yeah, it's totally fair. I think the counter argument would be, does he have to do that? Because he has all those other things. That's the beauty of being Sam Darnold right now.
To win in the playoffs, I think that I have to see it.
Okay. Because their offensive line is legit, and they got maybe the best wide receiver room in the NFL. They have the best wide receiver in the NFL. There's no doubt about that.
Well, and to your credit, last year, you went all in on the Purdy thing before all of, got real noisy. Like, hey, this guy's winning. And it was easy to say, well, the weapons. And I don't know where their season's going to go. They continue to deal with injury after injury, but they got Debo back this week, and Kittle had an amazing catch over 3 defenders.
Yeah, they did what they were supposed to do this weekend.
But I watched that game on my quad, and he has plays that you're not going to see on SportsCenter highlights that he's starting to look like that guy that has the confidence built. He knows the system. His pocket awareness, his ability to escape defenders that are rushing in, like, Purdy has built that now. I'm watching him, and I'm like, oh, my God.
Nice
He's
play.
evading guys. Yeah, he's extending plays. He's hitting ball. He make explosives. He had a great throw to Juwan Jennings down the field this weekend. And I think I just need to see a little more from Darnold, even though, yes, the defense has been amazing. The weapons are nice. Need to see a little more as this goes on to fully buy that Darnold has turned the corner completely for his career.
How dare you? How dare you not come in today?
Sizzler.
And bring me your hot takes.
Well, you gave the hot take.
I'm a little upset at you.
You gave the hot take.
I'm upset at you. That's the funny thing about Purdy, though, when you mention that, is that it's cracked me up his first 2 years of his career like this. We just pretend that this is who he's going to be, and he's never going to get better. Like, he's not a 7th-round pick playing in his 2nd year in the NFL. You don't think in year 6 he's going to be any better than he is right now? Can we at least have that be a part of the conversation?
Sure,
that maybe
absolutely.
he might improve as years go on and he's coached and he's like, I wouldn't pay him. Well, like, yeah, now he might not be a top 5 guy to you, but what's he in 5 years? Like, he's only getting better in the NFL. So I don't know. I chuckle at that stuff sometimes.
What I know the most is confidence at that position is a premium.
It is massively important.
And also I know it's September.
Yes. Yes, it
There's
is.
A lot of football to be played.
Tough one from my boy Herbert yesterday. They blitzed out to a 10-0 lead on Kansas City. A couple of turnovers, a fumble, and a pick. And you're like, man, they might actually do this. Now, I did gamble on them early in the week because I knew Herbert was going to play. He doesn't miss games. So it's just about him finishing. So that 8.5 was a bit of a big line for me. And eventually, I think, got south of a touchdown prior to kick. But it just was, they have now extended one of the longest winning streaks in NFL history over a divisional opponent on the road. I think I can't remember the number off the top of my head. They've won like 10 in a row or something stupid in LA or in San Diego. They've played them in different places, but they win every time they play the Chargers on the road. And that one hurts if you're Harbaugh because you had them. They had a 4th and short late when the game was still 10-10. They elected to not kick a field goal. They threw the ball, which I didn't really like that play call.
That one.
Chris Jones was in the backfield in half of a millisecond. You're like, okay, that's incomplete. And then, of course, what does Mahomes do? He's a zombie and a cockroach, and you give him another chance, and there's a touchdown, and Kansas City wins the game again.
Mahomes down 10 is now 12-0 in his career.
That's so stupid. That is so stupid.
I said this.
There's nothing we can do, man.
I said
There's
this,
nothing. It's all hope is lost.
Last night on the gambling pod, it's
the
like
rebellion failed.
I don't know what you do here because they clearly are a flawed team that you can see, but they win.
Their defense is outstanding. And
Chris Jones is the best defensive lineman in football. Their linebacker play is exceptional. Xavier Worthy caught a big deep pass yesterday, but their offense continues to be weird. And post Tyreek, his yards per average has gone down, but it doesn't matter because he makes the throw when he needs to make the throw.
There's a long tutty to Worthy. That was a beautiful ball to get him on the board late in the first half.
We all know they're not perfect, and none of this matters because they're going to three-peat. And that's probably the most disappointing part of all of this is all the fun little stories and teams that are
Vikings, Commanders.
Vikings,
Woo-hoo!
Hey, Flacco's back.
Hey.
The Colts offense actually looks good now. That's weird.
Yeah.
And none of it matters because go play Patrick Mahomes and go up 10 because he'll beat you every single time.
Still beat you if you do that. Any big takeaways lastly on the NFL weekend from the Ravens and what they did to Buffalo last night? That was a nice win for them. They needed that.
Yeah, here's my takeaway. How did they lose to the Raiders?
I don't know. That's one of the bigger head scratchers.
It's the stupidest loss of the season.
They let their foot off the gas and they stopped playing that game up by 10 in the second half, thinking it's over.
Mungren started figuring out, why don't we establish Derrick Henry early, and that will allow everything. Munkin, yeah.
I was like, who's he talking about?
Yeah, Munkin.
Who's this Mungren?
Todd Munkin.
Former Georgia guy, yeah.
Former Georgia OC.
Why don't we start with Derrick Henry and then let everybody else then adjust after that?
What did Mahomes start? Or what did Lamar start? Was he like 10 for 10?
Something like that.
It was impressive.
So
I mean,
you
their
got
first
him
play
off
of the
to a quick
game was a
start?
75-yard touchdown run. It was like, oh, hey, look at that. Okay, that's good.
87.
87, thank you.
87, yeah.
87-yard touchdown
That's not even
run.
the longest touchdown run of his career.
He had a 99-yarder. I'll never forget that. That was still nice, though. And I'm not, Buffalo, they were due for a clunker. They had been playing great early in the season. That was one of those games kind of got away from them. They had the turnover. When when they were getting back into it, you had that turnover, and you're like, all right, they're not going to
When he hit the Shakir long pass.
Yeah, there's a pucker there.
You did tell yourself, oh, it's 21, what was that, 21-10?
21-10.
And then you're like, if you get a 3-and-out here, but then they
did. They got the ball back, and then that's when I think they tried the trick play, and then he fumbled, and then they went up 28-10. You're like, all right. But as a Ravens bettor, there was a pucker. I had a pucker there early in the second half. I thought, can I just have an easy win for once in my life, please? Big win for the Ravens. There you go. That's as much as we can encapsulate from the weekend in the NFL.
Bad loss for the Saints.
Really bad loss for the Saints. And a brutal beat for you on that.
Thank you.
-2.
That half point.
Bad beats are bad beats, and that was a really bad beat, man.
Absolutely.
That was a really bad beat. Let's get you set for Monday Night Football and final thoughts from the
playoff baseball.
Crazy Monday. We got playoff baseball, kind of, but technically going on today. Final segment next on The Fan.
This is Dirt and Sprague on 1080 The Fan.
Before I forget, I do want to chuckle about College Game Day announced they're going to Cal this weekend.
First time they've ever been to Berkeley.
Cal, Miami.
The woke agenda. Welcome in, Florida.
I remember I saw the headline and I'm like, that makes no sense. And then you scroll through the weekend slate and you're like, kind of makes sense.
Well, we know they're going to Eugene next weekend.
They are.
That's like the dirtiest
because the only other game that they could have thought about going to that made sense would be Iowa, Ohio State, but they don't want to do the same team back-to-back weeks. And I know one will be in Columbus. They have done it before.
They did to Colorado last year.
They did. Do you believe now? So there's a funny chuckle for you. Miami at Cal is your College Game Day game.
Not that it's a big talking point and not that anybody really cares. I'm finding it interesting. I think the Big Nooner's gaining traction in on game day.
It is not.
It's not.
I've seen the numbers. It is not.
Oh, okay. I thought I saw a thing that said they were pretty close.
No, I think it's a bloodbath, to be honest with you.
Wow.
Yeah. I think the Saban...
Urban Meyer sucks.
Urban Meyer sucks. Nick Saban, they have Miss Terry on this weekend in Tuscaloosa, and it's Pat McAfee standing up on his chair.
Screaming and offering scholarships to kids who miss field goals.
Yes, he is. It's better than what Mark Ingram's bringing to the table, I'll tell you that much. Are your Braves going to get it done today?
Yeah.
Do you care? Are you still emotionally invested? Have you given up? Are you hopeful?
I won't be devastated if they actually
They only need to win one.
Just got to get one. You see a split.
I think they win the first.
That's a pucker if you lose the first.
Here's the thing. I don't think this team's good enough to win the World Series.
That's
and
fair.
hold this for when they win the World Series.
When they win it all. Because the last time you won it, you won like 88 games in the regular season.
It's, again, a different field than that team. This one, we are banging. This is a mash unit. But this guy that's pitching tonight, Schwellenbach, pitches well against the Mets. So I think they win the first. I couldn't care less if they win the second. And then they get to turn around and play the Padres tomorrow.
They do. Then you go to San Diego.
That's awesome.
San Diego. Monday Night Football tonight, right here on The Fan. You like the Seahawks.
Well, I like them plus 3.5.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take the over in the game. I don't know if I got a feeling on a side.
It's 4 right now. They're getting 4.
Yeah, it's up to 4, yeah.
I like the Hawks getting 4.
Can I get an adjustment on spring?
No adjustments. No adjustments.
Seems unfair.
Enjoy the football. Hope you had a great weekend. Everybody enjoy the baseball. Blazer Media Days. Who do they think they are, Media Day in September?
Blazer Media Day.
What are we doing, man?
We're going to win the title.
It is not Christmas yet. What are we doing?
Parade down Broadway.
That'll do it for us. Thanks so much for being a part of our Monday. Brady Henderson joined the show. Go check the podcast, 1080thefan.com. At Dirt and Sprague and at 1080thefan. Like the video on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. We love you all. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Calling us next. Listening to 1080 The Fan.
of the ball like Eberflus in Chicago. We can bang on him, but the Bears defense, it's excellent in the red zone. It's excellent on third down. We don't think it has the best defensive personnel, but he can coach his side of the ball. He's got that side down.